I. Oh. I'm so stuffed.
Passing 100 meters. Oxygen efficiency decreased. Passing 200 meters.
I'm fine. I'm just really stuffed, man. My tummy is like. So I've been doing some messing around, you know. This is not my creative, or this is not my survival save. So I'm in here exploring for creative. Hello. So if you guys don't mind, I'm gonna take a while. I'm in the creative mode. By the way, if you want to see some time capsules, go to the Aurora. No, I'm not trolling. No, I'm not joking. I've actually found 3 time capsules back here because it's actually really, really, really easy to see them. But again, I'm gonna say it. Please be careful, as there are Reapers over here, and they do not like people. Antisocial people, I tell you. My goodness, it takes so long to move. I'm trying to show you guys something, but I have to get over there first. That's what the Aurora looks like when you have no fog. When there's no fog at all. There's no clearing, no visuals that like block your sight. Skyray. I actually forgot about this giant island over here. This either could have been a real island or it could have been pushed up from, you know, like all the land just kind of pushes up as the ship gets crashed into it. By the way, fun fact about Subnautica. Subnautica's map is actually built by hand. Someone built every single bit of land in Subnautica. It was not procedurally generated. There's actually videos of people creating the map of Subnautica. It is actually nuts. And you might be wondering, Ray, so why do you want to explore the Aurora? What's so good about it in your other series? I thought you got everything. And you'd be right, I did. And did I seriously go all the way past my prawn suit like a dumbass? Yeah, I did. Sorry, chat. I'm slow today. Hey, buddy.
Passing 100.
So yeah, we need to go down the Lost River, which is a long way, but we have a little bit of something special. We have double grappler. I tell you, when you get 2 grapplers and you hook them, man, you go fast. Oops. Hello. Hope your day's going pretty good, because mine is. I'm in creative mode and you hit fog. You go to console commands and you hit fog. And it'll remove any blinding visual effects. This is not my survival playthrough because I don't want to disable achievements and I don't want to disable... I don't want to get rid of credibility, if you could call it that. I never go to the mountains, usually because there's a lot of reapers and barely that many resources that I'm aware of. Oh, I'm trying to get down to the Lost River. I don't think I've ever seen this wreck before. I couldn't tell you if I have. Because honestly, I don't really go over to this part of the map. Too many reapers. I would not lie, the mountains sound like a good place to find time capsules because there's barely any flora. That's the void. Yep, it is. Oh, not just that. Lost River has 4 zones: the mountains, the Blood Kelp Trench, Blood Kelp Zone, and Grand Reef. As long as you know how to operate a prawn suit pretty good, you have nothing to fear from Reapers, man. You could just go fast. When I say book it, you can actually just book it. Yeah, look it up. There's actually 4 locations you can enter the Lost River in. I'd be surprised if I accidentally came across a time capsule over here. I found a bunch in creative. I actually found one time capsule from my other playthrough. $25 hours. Hey, no problem. Did you complete the game? Huh. Never been down here before. What? I've never been down here before. Again, I keep... Ooh, look, there's stalactites. This area could have actually been dry at one point. I never go to the mountains. They're just boxes. I feel so stupid. There is an entrance to the Lost River. I know it. The Lost River is somewhere over here. I think it like borders the Blood Kelp Zone and the mountains. Aw, man. You're in... Are you, excuse me. Are you in school right now? I'm very close. I'm very close. I know it. I have to be very close to the entrance. I'm trying to get down to the final spot in the game. I never enter the mountains entrance anyway. That's why I can't find it. The hell is this? Never seen an egg like that before. I've seen so many eggs. Huh. That's the island. I didn't know the mushroom forest actually went this close to the island. I swear you can find so many time capsules in mushroom forest. I found 3, 4 of my time capsules there. You'd think I would have found it by now. This is over here. Oh. Maybe over here, because I remember when you get out, you can hear a Reaper almost immediately. Oh shoot, there's a time capsule right there. Look at that.
Oxygen efficiency greatly decreased.
Look at that, folks. I mean, there's no value to it because it's oh, it's creative mode. But hey, let's open it. Let's open this bad boy. Ooh. Hello, weary traveler. If you are reading this, I have escaped this planet. There are many dangers of this island, but don't fear. I, Captain Francis, have created you a care package. I also include my pet peeper, Oculus. Without him, I wouldn't be here right now. Enjoy, and good luck, traveler. Nice. Wait. What the hell? Why is this one called ZK? Maybe they're from different time zones. Maybe they're from different countries. Maybe I... Yeah, that's it right there. Found it. Okay, we're cool. By the way, I'm gonna warn you, buddy, if you don't want spoilers into the final spot of Subnautica, click off. Alright? I don't want to spoil it for you. I know double grapplers are not necessary, but dude, they're so fast. Yep, you have about a few seconds to click off if you don't want spoilers. Hi. Hi, you've been warned. Here it comes. This button to make sure. How fast I can get this prawn suit. This is my dream base. I hope you guys like it. We might have to cage you.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
This bad boy can generate 144 power units per second of non-stop energy. I built a base down here in a creative mode on my PS4, and oh my gosh, it pales in comparison to this base.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
This is my dream base, and I think it's possible to build. I was building it as a proof of concept, just hang out. This is my storage and fabrication room. Charges my cells, got my fabricators, got my modification stations, and trash cans to throw away anything I don't need. By the way, these are like little hubs, hobbies. This is my living quarters. My bedroom. And this room I don't know what I'm going to do with. Another hub. This is my agriculture room where I can breed fish. And I can also grow crops. Over here, we have another hub, and then if you circle over here, the last section is the specimen section, where I will collect every single fish in the game, and like every egg in the game, every fish in the game except for cuttlefish. Cuttlefish will get a separate area, and every plant in the game will go in here, and every plant in the water will go in here as well. Because I actually calculated it, you need like 82, 84 sections. There's 16 up here, 16 over there, and that's 32. And you got 32 down here, which is 64. And over here, which is about 90, I think. So yeah, we have way more than enough to plant every water plant in the entire game in this one section alone, and every plant we can plant it in this area alone. So yeah, this thing will contain almost every flora and fauna sample in the entire game. And my storage room has a bunch of reinforcements. We're gonna need a shitload of them because I have a thermal facility and neighbors. Well, we got neighbors. I think he died. Actually, wait, hold on. So then you go up into this area. This is... I don't know why that's not connecting. Usually they didn't used to connect the legs to the ground like that because that's a thing of precursor facilities. But now they do. So now you go down here. And you go down, you hit this one section. You clearly see stuff like that, right? And you go back. You go over here. And you click this ladder. You go all the way down. And this is my vehicle docking bay. And why do I put it right here? is that these moon pools will be, if when connected to this portal, you'll be able to basically take sea moths and prawn suits out or in, and you can just store them right over here into these 6 containers, or these 6 moon pools. And that's basically it. The good news, I have built this base. Bad news, it's in creative, and I need a lot of resources to pull it off. But I think if I put my mind to it, I can definitely pull this off. Again, my biggest currency is time, and luckily I got a lot of it this week because I have no homework as I have done all my midterms. So, here's the big thing. You probably know what I'm about to say. I'm going to need a lot of titanium. And, well, how am I going to do this? We're going to go to the Aurora. Ray Sabat, there's tons of creatures in the Aurora. What are you going to do? Oh, I have a good plan. First, we're going to go in with a repulsion cannon, and we're going to move the Reapers into different locations. This will allow them to survive, but this will actually allow me to go get the loot. Second, I'll place beacons that are spaced about 300, 400 meters from each other. And then, here's where it gets good. I might build a separate Cyclops just for transport and cargo transport. Before that, I'll actually build an outpost by the portal that goes into the aquarium that will store all this titanium for the builds. And then, after that, I'm going to go there, I'm going to get all my loot, come back, deposit in that building, and when I'm building my factory or my base, I'm going to go into that building, go in back through the portal, you know what I mean? So, anyway. After I do this, I can just leave, right? Now, we're going to need a lot of power, and we're going to need a lot of toying around.
Passing 100 meters. Oxygen efficiency decreased. Passing 200 meters. Oxygen efficiency greatly decreased.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Are you kidding me? Oh, I'm sorry. I did not see that message in my defense. So this portal is going to be extremely crucial. Now, we can either A, bring all of our loot all the way down into the Lost River, all the way down into the inactive lava zone, all the way to the lava lakes, or we can bring it here and transport it back into the aquarium, up and then into the base. Now here's a problem. My sea dragon, I may have to contain him. Basically meaning I may have to just put him in a freaking cage. Which, which I think I can actually do. Now, Now the reason I want to go do this right here is because this actually is technically the safest spot for your Seamoth in the game. Reapers can't go in and get it. In terms of end game, like this area is a spoiler. Sorry there. Okay, cool. Well, this is a bone shark. It shouldn't really attack me because they're actually all docile. Alright. We're gonna need a ton of titanium. I calculated we're probably gonna need anywhere from 500 to 1,000 titanium to do this job. Well, definitely 1,000. So we're gonna need at least 258 salvage, which the stuff around the Aurora looks pretty damn good. So let's prepare. why my Seamoth not taking damage from the animals? Probably because they're actually all docile.
Welcome aboard, Captain. All systems
Alright, so the first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna build another Cyclops, which shouldn't be that bad because of course I have a lot of resources and I have a lot of time on my hands. So I would use this Cyclops. I'm actually gonna use a different one. Not because I'm actually afraid of it getting destroyed, but I want to build a separate Cyclops to transport all of my loot with. Because honestly, I could retrofit this to transport loot, but I don't want to destroy my precious decorations. That's annoying. Alright, so we need lubricant, which we already got. We need 3 lead, 3 enamel, 3 bars like that. I don't think we have we barely have any titanium. And we're gonna need shitloads of titanium. I mean, more titanium than I've ever gathered in my lifetime. By the way, guys, ready for this? I found out something the other day. You could bring batteries up, and you can make what's called lithium ions. I don't know when these were added. Wait, what? Huh? What? It must be a separate blueprint or something. Alright, so we need that. Now, not only that area in the Aurora is a good spot, but I know that in the Lost River there's a bunch of titanium deposits. So yeah, without further ado, let's get to work. I have nothing in there. Alright. No problem, man. Oh yeah, I remember. Oh my god, I cannot stop mumbling. I remember you. There we go. I said it. I said it. That's a ampule egg. Okay, please get some. There we go. Give me that. Oh, stop. Dick. Oh wait, nope. You are unlucky. Give me. Oh my god, I'm messed up today. Oh, I already did it. I've already done it. Game's done. Game's completed. Okay. Hey, dipshits. I have 125 shots in this thing. Too close, bitch. Get away. Can I please break some titanium? I'm contemplating getting double troll arms. I tried it, it actually works. It does break stuff faster. Don't do it. I built the rocket. Get out. Douchebag. Yeah, I built the rocket. I've already flown off, so that's basically now I'm just doing whatever. What's this? Oh. Uh-oh. 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 Get away. Yep, his ass is gone. Look on episode 11. No, it was 10. It was episode 10. I flew away. Dude, go away. Okay, you're not gonna harm me. You're just a major pain in the ass. That's all you are. Back up, Jack. I will punt you across the reef. Dude, I literally can move Reapers. You do not faze me. I like how nothing faces me in this game anymore. It's just a major nuisance. Well, not really. Not really, actually. If you save before, which is usually what most people do, you can actually go back to the world. I don't think I can wait, actually, oh yeah, I can pick it up. Just can't pick another one up. How much titanium we got? 18. We have 20. We have the equipment. We can pick up some. I hear a geyser. Yeah, we can't pick up anymore. Let's go back. Oh, look at that! It's a mesmer. And that is not a mesmer anymore. Man, I'm glad you did, honestly. Honestly, W game. I'm very glad you bought it. Good to always see some new people come to the community, you know? That would probably... Don't do it. I'm gonna punt you across the reef. Yeah, back up, buddy. I'm not afraid to punt anything across the reef as long as I get... If you get too close, you're going away. It just doesn't matter. Ooh. Don't worry, that'll change one day. Oh, there's a Reaper. What do you mean? I actually don't blame you, man. Yeah, what do you mean on that? I hope I didn't say anything bad, because that probably, even though I say something that it might come off as like something else. Was it me? Did I do something? Please tell me I didn't do something.
Welcome aboard, Captain. All systems online.
Is that a score or something? Hello? I'm not out with him. Oh, there we go. I have a bit. Not that much. Yeah, I don't blame you when you say everyone's a bully. I feel like everybody's gotten a lot meaner through the years. Especially post-COVID. I don't know what everybody's problem is. Like, they can't just let you live your life. They have to constantly intrude upon you and be constant nuisances to you. Wait, do I already have computer chips? I think I do. Don't have a computer chip? Darn it. I love the sounds that peepers make. No way have we been streaming for 40 minutes. Oh, probably because we've been playing. Oops. Owie. I like how we just have a sea moth in here. Oh. You can find all sorts of fishes down here. Oops. Oh. Okay. Oh, wait, look, it's right there. We need some table coral. Well, after major resets. Ooh, hey, I'll take that. Although, I actually need magnetite in the future. I don't care. Take as much as we can frickin' find. Oh, yeah, this would make my parents sick if they Oh, I forgot about you. Oh, my... Yeah, hell of it. You have a lot of energy. Oh, we went that way.
fluid intake.
Yo, what? Oh yeah, we're building our Cyclops. We are building a giant base. And to build a giant base, I want to build another Cyclops so I can go to the Aurora. I'm actually not building another Cyclops because I'm afraid of losing mine. I just don't want to retrofit it. I refuse to retrofit, so we're going to build another one for supplies. It's going to be a cargo carrier vessel, not a living quarters. Mine's more of a quote-unquote portable base. I'm going to build this one as, of course, a cargo vessel. Oops, didn't mean to press that. Damn it! Stupid chat.
Welcome aboard.
Why can't it work? Why can't my chat like actually display half the shit it needs to do? Why can't my chat just work?
Fluid intake immediately.
Yes, I get it. It's not you. It's just software. That's a good question. So back then, okay, now this is where it gets a little bit cheesy. I was very, very little. 2013, I founded something called the Minecraft Agency, because, you know, I like Minecraft, I like spies, it was pretty cool. And so I'm like, oh, the Minecraft Agency, that sounds like a cool thing. And, well, very quickly it transitioned from, you know, a spy agency to almost like a military. Like, I had this, like, one game called Blocks World where you could build vehicles. I'd be like, I'm gonna build vehicles for the Minecraft Agency. But in 2019, it came to a point where, like, you know what? It's not stupid, but what if I want a brand out of this? Like, what if I want to do it? So, therefore, in 2019, I changed it to the Avid Agency, because if I actually wanted to push it into an actual business, I needed a professional name. So therefore, the Avid Agency was therefore made. And now, basically, I use it as a side corporation. And I use it as like a group, you know, as phase, but we are not cringe. We're not like all that crap. I need to build a A vehicle bay. Yeah. Thank you, by the way. If you have a keen eye, you probably just know where I just messed up.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Wait a second. Hold on. Huh. I thought these would the little thing that are green, like the green panels, would turn green if I put the cell in. But they originally blue. I'm wrong. We need some lubricant, which means we have to drag our sorry asses back to the the kelp forest place. Ready for a dolphin leap? Yeah. I hate bleeders. Or no, those are biters. I hate biters. Stupid biters. They're such a nuisance, dude. You literally are doing your own thing and they come up and bite you. Doesn't do that much damage, but just still, nonetheless, a pain in the ass to deal with. Damn, we obliterated that freaking. Oh, nope. Not a single cent. I don't mind, because I'm actually passionate in it. Oh, we didn't take any damage. That's nice. I've not made a single dime. That's a nuclear reactor fragment. To get paid, you have to actually have 1,000 subscribers, and then you have to have 4,000 views in the last 365 days. And well, yeah, that's why everyone wants 1,000 subs. I do need one of those. And a power cell, yep, there we go. Dumped one of those right there. Hell! You lost more weight than I could. Dude, I thought people calling each other fat was a thing of the past. Man, they lack creativity with insults now, don't they? Hey, you know what you should say? Say, at least I'm not a fragile twig like you. I get him. Maybe, or you'd probably get punished because zero tolerance bullshit or some stuff like that. It's like, dude, you have someone insult you and call you and literally insult you because whatever, and then you can insult them back and you get in trouble. Yeah, you do. Oh, it's about maturity. It's about maturity. Shut up. You know what? Hey. Maybe it's not the best thing to do, but if someone's gonna insult me, I think it's fair to insult them back. It's just simple. You don't throw punches and expect not to get punches back. That's like going to war, taking a frickin' rifle out, and shooting at somebody and getting pissed when they shoot back. Well, duh, they're gonna shoot back. You're shooting at them. And no shit, they're gonna insult back. Because, you know, you insulted them. Chat. That's interesting. Would you spell salvager with an O or an E? I don't care. I did horrible at English and good at science. This is the salvager vehicle. Now, this vehicle is basically going to be used to, we're going to actually need, well, we don't have to have them, but we're definitely, due to all the fabrication we're going to want to do, we're going to need to shove in a bunch of, what do you call them? Cells. And I've never heard of that. I'm sorry. VR, yeah, I do have VR, but I'm not a VR, like, streamer. Like, I don't constantly go on VR. We need 12 of these. You know, I really wish they would add in this game is the recycler, because the recycler is so nice. You could literally take a bunch of titanium ingots, and then when you get them back to your base, you uncraft them into titanium itself. Even in Subnautica Zero, even though titanium is like ingots only take 5 bars to make, it's still nonetheless a pretty good, efficient way to transport titanium. Now, one of these, I should have a bunch of silver. No way. How in the Sam hell did we deplete all of our silver? There's no way. We had a bunch of silver. Holy shit, I did. I burnt up the silver supply. How did I do that fast? Whew. Okay. Well, at least we have a bunch of these, right? Oh, it's up there. I got a little scared. I'm like, didn't get destroyed. No, did it? No, it's just up here. I might as well just prefab everything right now. I need to finish it. Just don't tell me any spoilers, man. We are gonna cram as much storage in this damn ship as we can. As much. I don't hate Subnautica Below Zero, but I think Subnautica, like the game, like this game, is a lot better, in my opinion. I love this game a lot better than Below Zero. I just don't really like the map. Maybe it's because I'm not into Arctic-themed games. I don't know, I'll admit that. I mean, it's really cool. I mean, I like the builds in there better. Building in that game is a lot funner. You can color your base. I mean, yeah. Like, there's a lot more deeper spots in this game than there was in that one. And they removed the Cyclops. I like the Cyclops. Cyclops is pretty fun. It's one of my favorite video game vehicles of all time. Imagine if we can cram one of those in there. Now we can put like one of those, but of course. Right there. Right here. Right. I know there are storage areas back there, I just don't care. Yes, I will include myself a bed. Except some fat storage is right over here. Three. How much storage do you want? Yes. Just yes. And yes, I mean, we need a lot of storage. Alright, no problem. Bye. Hope you have a good one. With the titanium we were using now, we could actually be building the base. The good thing is, at least here, you can actually disassemble them. Then maybe that might happen. Let's go get. We can burn these cells up.
Engine powering up. Let it stand.
I don't care if we burn these cells up. We're gonna get new cells anyway. Ooh, it's a scrap pile I left behind.
Seek fluid intake.
Welcome aboard, Captain. All systems
Uh-oh.
online.
And you get fruits, table corals, and pieces of gold.
Ahead slow.
Seek fluid intake immediately.
Ahead flanked. Ahead emergency speed. Warning. Vessel counterfeit. Excessive noise. Welcome aboard, Captain. All systems online.
Vital signs stabilizing.
That is a lot of lithium. That is a lot of lithium. There's so much over here. There's so much lithium on these like little thermal vents. Oh, there's so much magnetite over here.
Oxygen.
Welcome aboard, Captain. All systems online. Welcome aboard, Captain. All systems online.
I think I already have wires. I'm sorry, I'm watching the video of victims of Penguin C0. I'm watching the point where he's like, these are mags. I thought the exact same thing when Sneeko said that. Like, dude, idiot, that's not a clip. That's a magazine. You clips into you. Oh, God damn it! I'm stupid. I'm sneak. I'm sorry. I did not mean to say that. I did not mean to say that they're clips. I don't want to sneak on the Sneakos level. I don't associate with him. Just those him. That's all I'm gonna say. Yeah, Sneeko got destroyed. Sneeko's he's a salty soy boy. He got called out for being a cuck and he literally got all salty. Like, dude. Oh my gosh. Actual soy boy. Can't even get offended over idiots like him. Yeah, want you to be like, oh my gosh, you can't say that, like, Sneeko is, let's just say, remember that one movie called Cuties? I'm not going to explain the premises, you can look it up, okay? It's not a good movie. It's a very controversial movie that places a select few people into situations that they should be placed into, if you catch the drift. He liked that movie, and he wholeheartedly defended that movie. And you know what? I would say, whatever. It's your opinion. Go ahead. But with this movie, no. What he said was not okay. I don't get how people like him defend a movie like that. I seriously don't. Creep. Just a creep.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
the band Andrew Tate clone by Turkey Tom.
In October 2022, the infamous YouTuber Sneeko was banned from the platform. According to news outlets, this was due to him repeatedly breaking community guidelines, though the specific meaning of this is unclear. In the 6 months before his ban, he went from a moderately popular content creator to one of the biggest streamers on the site, regularly going live to more than 20,000 of his extremely loyal, rabid fan base. Some call him a savant social commentator, while others relegate his entire online presence to the promotion of hate, ignorance, and misogyny. One side celebrates him being cast into the Shadow Realm, considering it a win for a more tolerant environment. However, this is far from the consensus. A whole host of people, not necessarily fans of his, by the way, see his banning as a depressing sign of the times, that the climate no longer allows for old-school, politically incorrect YouTube, and Sneeko is one of its...
Hey. Oh, it's probably quartz. That was just a ship. Look, my opinion on that, like saying stuff, I think you could say to a degree, right? Here's my belief. And your belief might be different, right? I think everybody has a freedom of speech, right? But there's a point where you gotta know that a part of some things you say can be inappropriate, right? Like, I think I have the right to speak, right? I have the right to say whatever I want, but I don't think I have the right necessarily to go out and start cursing at people. I don't have the right to go out and start, verbally attacking people. Like, that's just kind of overbearing your welcome, right? Overstaying your welcome, right? But for the most part, I think you can say whatever you want, right? Yes, you could probably say bad stuff. Hey, that's America, right? You could say whatever you want without punishment. And there's things I don't like people saying, but you know what? That's just the rules are the rules, right? You just gotta realize that. And I do. But there's, like, for example, Sneeko, in my opinion, he definitely says some things that would definitely, not be the most appropriate for what you should be saying. I mean, this guy literally defends cuties.
Prominent
like, must I say more?
But who is Sneeko, and what does he stand for, if anything?
People keep saying they want the old Sneeko back, and I want to address this. You don't have to be a fan to understand this video. Look at my comments, you'll see half the people watching want to fight. It's unsettling to see someone you relate to become unrelatable.
Sneeko, real name Nico, was born on September 8th, 1998, just in
I'm
time...
doing pretty good, thanks for asking. I was just hanging out watching videos until people come on. Nah, there's a bit of some salvage over here. There's not like tons of it, but there's a little bit if you know how to scrape it up. Man, I cannot get that clip out of my head. The fact that Charlie just sat Sneeko down and said, "Yeah, these are mags, buddy." I honestly, when I was first watching the video, I thought the exact same thing. Like, I'm like, dude, that's a magazine, not a clip. Like, again, I'm just gonna let chat. I'm gonna help you out. If you want to not seem like an idiot, don't use the term clips on mags. We do not call them clips. Okay, I am younger than Sneeko, and I know that they are called mags. Look, look, dude, I'm more gun person than him. Look, where is it? Give me a second. I'm literally wearing a gun shirt right now. Look, I'm wearing CI Shooting Sports, like my favorite gun range. Like, bruh, they're called mags. Dude, we are gonna cook this, the power of this submarine. Thanks. Like, does Does Sneeko know what a muzzle is or a frickin' buttstock? I would literally allow him. I want to see him disassemble an AR-15. He probably couldn't even figure out how to separate the lower and upper. I mean, I definitely am not gonna lie. I couldn't like take, you know, all the pieces apart. I could field strip an AR. It's not that hard. You just gotta locate the. Oops. You just gotta locate the pins, and you gotta push them through, and then you want to lift up. Like, if this is the barrel, you want to lift up like that and pull up. Goodness gracious, annoying creatures. Just an ant peel. No biggie. But, yeah, he got cooked. I mean, listen. You don't know why he'll break it. Lol. L9L. But bruh, like, you all know why I do not ever get offended at people like him? I can't get offended at people who defend a movie known as Cuties. How do you defend that? Oh, and I glitched my scanner. How do you defend that shit? That's disgusting. I think anyone can realize that that is not a good movie. I mean, I don't want to go into detail. Because it's that bad. Oh, that is just floating like that. You probably remember that whole Chewbacca... what did I just say? Like, Chewbacca, whatever. What is it the movie about? I'm gonna try to be very careful how I explain it. It's about, let's just say, minors being in situations they shouldn't be. It was made as a documentary to show how bad it was, but it accidentally could be misinterpreted for, like, just material of making it. So instead of helping the situation, it actually very well could have made it worse. And it was a very controversial movie when it was released. I think no matter who you are as a person, everybody can agree that, yeah, that was not a good movie. We shouldn't have released it. It should be sent back to the Shadow Realm. Yeah, just generally not a good movie. And he's like, oh, it's a good movie. He's like, yeah. Yeah, no thank you. I will gladly be filing a restraining order against you. Thank you very much. You may not approach near me at all times. Oh, there's two moonpool fragments sticking out. Okay. There's no scrap over here. We need to push into that forest. Yeah. In your words, yes. It definitely is. It's just not good. I wouldn't even recommend watching it to, like, oh, just see how bad it is. No, I don't even want to have that shit on my watch history, bruh. I am not 1 second. Hell no. Would rather fall down a full flight of stairs than watch Cuties. Hell no to that shit. I'm so dumb. I thought this was scrap and that was scrap. I'm blind. My 20/20 vision is failing me, folks. I'm getting old. That is a lot of course. That's salt. I have problems. I genuinely have problems. That was not salt. Or that was not... Oh yeah, you should, honestly. It's a really fun game. I recommend you play it. I swear, guys, you can... Yes, I'm being truthful, no cap. I do have 20/20 vision, but sometimes my brain just shits out on me. Brainwave goes to 0 sometimes. I need a... Dripping stingers. I can't collect you. I gotta go find... Nope, there's another box I can take. And we can go back up. I'm trying to fabricate my salvage transport vessel. I need another ion battery for this. We're getting there. We have this top part. We have one of 3 decks fully fabricated. And yes, I'm gonna plan on renaming it, which is gonna take me a while. And my chat is glitching. I'm at 12 quartz. Oh, watch. My power's gonna start draining. I don't really care. We can obliterate to these cells. I guess that's just sitting there like a solid turd. Not even moving. It's just stuck. I feel so bad. I kill so many fish. I don't even mean to kill them. They're just sitting in there. Wait, just hit 5-ing. I'm just trying to get through, you know? I'm just trying to do my thing, get through, and I actually just murder a whole freaking school of fish. Ooh. Hell yeah, we got a bunch. I'm very close. I'm contemplating just building myself a bunch of some charge fins. Continue the video.
Alongside the internet. Like the rest of Generation Z, he got to watch as it slowly but surely eroded the space once monopolized by traditional legacy media. When you see a teeming cultural shift like that happening, it's only natural to try and join it and ride the wave. He created his YouTube channel on April 9th, 2013, naming it Sneeko, a clear portmanteau of his first name. At the time, Nico's uploads to the channel consisted of the tried and true Call of Duty commentary routine. While mostly adhering to the commentary formula, he would attempt to put his spin on the concept, which often meant delving into political discussion over his gameplay.
Alright, so the main issue we're going to talk about today, like we said, is separation of church and state. The question at hand is, should the U.S. intervene in Syria?
Imagine you're in a BO2 lobby, and you just hit this little motherfucker. Should the U.S. intervene in Syria? It's like, nigga, plant the bomb at me. Shut the fuck up.
Sneeko always claims being as transparent as possible in his beliefs, harboring an open discussion on various topics, from wacky internet shenanigans to gun control to critiques of feminism. Looking at it from a neutral perspective, he was actually a good deal ahead
Gun
of the curve
control
when it
and
came to
critiques of
controversy
feminism. I
vaccine,
never thought you would
which
find
later
someone
became the MO
that would have
of
both
seemingly every
qualities.
commentary YouTuber.
Just saying.
Because now a lot of people are finding this, they're saying, why didn't you copy and tape? I've been saying since 2015. I've been on YouTube for a long time. I've been on the same since 2000. I started my channel in 2013. If you don't believe me, if you think that I'm just riding a wave right now, Get off my...
During this period, he enjoyed a moderate amount of success, cultivating a loyal fan base intrigued by what he had to say. Eventually, this led him to drop out of college to pursue a career as a full-time content creator. At the time, it seemed risky, especially considering that having YouTube as a job was an even less believable prospect than it is now for the average person. Nonetheless, it paid off. His content would evolve, keeping the edge that intrigued so many during his Call of Duty commentary days, but now with a more philosophical bent to it, if you could call it that. He started recording and editing video essays and think pieces on ego, catcalling, obesity, and his position as a content creator, and what would eventually be termed a social media influencer. This desire to seek what he saw as truth through funny would lead Sneako down the path of notoriety.
Right now, with the amount of eyes I have on me, I could fart out 7 videos a week, make them all 10 minutes long so YouTube would let me spam the mid-roll ads for mobile games. But what's the fun in that? I would hate my own videos. People would know that I'm only in it for the money.
Sneako would always have the propensity to collaborate with other creators to boost the growth of his online presence. When Drama Alert, which back then was at the peak of its game, was looking for a guest star to read a series of statements by a notorious YouTube prankster, PussyTube, Nico would jump at the opportunity. Neither Sneako nor Keemstar could have seen the absolute diarrhea hurricane about to ensue. Keemstar would give the job to Sneako, despite Nico's age and the personal animosity between the two. The voiceover that Sneako returned to Keemstar was,
"The reading that you did was sh**, and then when I told you it wasn't good privately told you it wasn't good, privately told you I'm not going to use it, you had a hissy fit like a little boy and tried to get back at Keemstar because you had an opportunity to be in front of 400,000 people and you blew it, but you couldn't accept the fact that you did a bad job. Instead,
opportunity to reach such a large audience, he would resort to another way of making it big, stirring the pot. For once, Sneako actually pioneered a new genre of YouTube videos instead of just contributing to an already existing one. This innovative category was nothing other than Keemstar exposed videos, which up until that point were scant since the majority of YouTubers either ignored him or wanted to be on his good side. Like many pioneers of experimental new art pieces, Sneako's video would go entirely unappreciated. Once again, he failed to enter the limelight, and Nico deleted the expose soon after its publication. The notorious Gnome and Sneako would convene on episode 11 of the #Triggered podcast. While Keemstar confronted Sneako for leaking private discussions and breaking his trust, Sneako attempted to prove the opportunity was a setup, and Keemstar wanted him to fail all along.
my point is how non-important Sneako is. But in Sneako's mind, the world revolves around him, right?
Exactly.
All these people that offered to do this job, right? And I pick Sneako. How am I holding a grudge against him? I'm not fucking giving him the opportunity just so he can fucking fail.
That's not
I'm giving him the opportunity to see if he fails or not.
You went and started messaging me at 3 a.m. and you said, I picked you out of hundreds that asked me to do the reading. Part of me knew you were going to fail, going in, to be honest. I just wanted a reason to call you a loser, and now I have it.
Another thing that everyone must know about Sneako is that he does not follow the golden rules of YouTube. Alright? Any YouTuber knows, you do not disclose any private conversations with
It's coming from Drama Alert right here. You're telling me that I can't be trusted with this.
I know you can't be trusted. Don't cry, dude. If you seriously cry, they will never stop. Your channel got shut down, didn't it? Me and my team sat there and worked for fucking weeks to try to get your channel back. How come you hate me though? You hate me. I'm a bad guy.
The bridge that Sneako would burn so early in his career as a YouTuber would never again be repaired. The two would simply go their separate ways and only speak to one another again after the better part of a decade.
Hey, what up, Keem? Remember me?
Yeah, I was told the story how I hired you to read something and you did it horribly and you tried to expose me.
Yeah, I was 16, bro. I mean, I learned from that. That was a long time ago. But ultimately, what I learned from that is I wanted to be independent and I didn't want to work for anybody. But I didn't know how to phrase it properly back then, and I'm glad that I decided to to work for myself and not for you.
However, this wouldn't be the only opportunity that Sneeko let slip through his fingers due to his unbridled desire for clout.
I've known him for years now. He used to be a fan of my channel, like a big fan.
At number 2, I have Sneeko, and if you've ever seen Sneeko's videos, you realize that they're kind of addicting. Once you start watching them, it's kind of hard to stop. He's so straightforward with things, and he's not biased on anything. He'll let you know anything that's on his mind.
Mr. Beast was once a relatively small YouTuber, if you can believe that, and his content came from the same strain as Sneeko's. Commentary over epic Call of Duty gameplay. During this time, the two would often talk with one another in comment sections, hyping up each other's videos and being generally supportive. Their similar ages and desire to be the best on the platform would spark a kinship between the two burgeoning creators.
Damn, Mr. Beast had an interaction with Sneeko. You would never hear that. Or never expect it, at least.
Call of Duty videos for years before, and so we had known each other from comment sections when I was 14, 15. With Mr. Beast, it was crazy because I knew him for years. He was always commenting, encouraging me, saying positive things. He would pass me, I would pass him, and then out of nowhere he blew up. It really just tested my ego.
Fundamentally, Sneeko wanted to work for himself, ideally by himself, building his own following, wealth, and content, with little concern for anything else. His failed run-ins with various creators most likely led to this outlook. He wanted success, he wanted money, and the supposed freedom it would give him. But he wouldn't bend to an algorithm to attain it. As a matter of fact, he would actively strive against it whenever given the opportunity.
No
If he
kidding.
was going to be the best on the platform, he would do it on his own terms.
When I started working for Mr. Beast, I was blown away at how he was making videos. I was used to be
It's actually nuts how Sneeko and Mr. Beast were actually friends at one point.
like a business.
I find that both very odd and sometimes not surprising at all.
Researching the most minute details of a video and how it reflected on his performance.
For example, when we were making this Lego car video, he was absolutely
think I remember that video.
sure it was gonna go viral before we even started filming. It took 3 days to assemble these cars. We had to strip down the golf cart.
I swear I remember that video.
And attach the Legos one by one. It was a lot of
Sneak,
fun.
I think I may have actually been a mild fan of Mr. Beast. Like probably watched a very select few of his videos when I was very younger.
I built a work
That might have been one of the ones I watched.
You don't need to watch that video to know that it's viral.
Sneeko saw this fabricated, exaggerated persona that Mr. Beast put on and found it repulsive. In his mind, Mr. Beast was bending the knee to the algorithm, which he
That's
found unacceptable.
Literally
However,
what
he never
you
actually
are supposed to
got
do
around
in
to quitting,
YouTube.
since
You need
that
to go with the
was
algorithm.
for him when a representative of Mr. Beast informed Sneeko that he didn't need to return to production that summer. Just like that, Mr. Beast had quietly dropped Sneeko.
I started working
Yeah,
for Mr. Beast 2
ouchies.
years ago. It didn't last long because I got caught up with my ego. I was working for a guy that used to be my fan, but I saw him change his YouTube channel to match the algorithm.
Well, duh!
Premium is ad-free YouTube.
You want money, and so does he. You gotta give him respect. He wants to get money.
He fit everything he did so that it would go viral. Sell out or not, that's a fucking smart move. I
Yeah,
remember
yeah,
telling
guys.
him
If
about
you
how
go with
my
the
age
algorithm of
stopped.
YouTube, you are a sellout. You're a loser, I guess.
He just looks at me
You know,
like,
for trying to do what, you know, you should be doing to get money and shit.
Sneeko would interpret this as an attack on his pride, and he would not take it lying down.
What a
Sneeko would
crybaby.
post a video attempting to expose his former associate, cementing this
What
pattern of
a
attacking
baby.
people he formerly worked with as a habit of his. If he was going down, he was bringing Jimmy right with him.
So what happened? Context. Mr. Beast fired me, and I made an exposed video, and I said that he's not real in his videos, and that he doesn't. swear,
Okay,
he doesn't curse.
Sneeko,
So
I
made,
am
like, an exposed video of Mr. Beast trying
Sneeko.
to talk
I am not a big
that,
fan of you
he doesn't
at
swear, he
all.
doesn't
I
curse.
am not a big fan of you, Sneeko. But I have to give you some literal, like, milliounce of freaking credit right there. You were kind of right there. That aged like wine.
So I made like an exposed video of Mr. Beast trying to talk about the fraud that goes on behind the scenes.
Oh,
At the end of the
yeah,
point,
yeah. You were right there. You were right there.
We were like in a situation.
You
where
were
we could've been
correct.
friends,
I will
and
say
then
that.
we ruined it.
Since
Not,
the
I do not like you, but I will not lie. You are correct.
Pull the video just a few hours
He
after
kinda was a fraud.
publication. Nonetheless, the damage was done, and it was seemingly irreversible. Sneeko, once again,
Yeah, that one
turned
did not
against
age
the
well.
people who gave him a shot at working from a larger platform, and the two have yet to mend their broken ties.
Right after I got fired, I was tight. I didn't have many subs at the time. I had like 27K, but I made like a Mr. Beast exposed video trying to like get some redemption from it. And it only got 30 views. I took it down in 10 minutes. Mr. Beast was one of the 30 views, and so like we don't really talk anymore. We went from like being possible friends and stuff like that to like me doing that fucked up the relationship forever.
Nico burnt the bridge, ending to his relationship, possibly for life, though it seems that his tone has become much more amicable recently. In a recent appearance on the Boys Cast podcast, he would even show some degree of gratitude for Mr. Beast's mentoring on the inner workings of running a successful YouTube channel.
It's great to see him get on podcasts now because he gave me all that info when I was working with him.
As his YouTube account lulled on its way to success, Sneeko took up odd jobs for a while, using his experiences to tell stories to his online fanbase.
Oh boy.
One of these jobs happened to be modeling, something that would haunt him later in his career. The specter of wearing female sweatpants never entirely left his consciousness.
I didn't
What?
I didn't know I was gonna look this stupid. It's so weird seeing you on the screen. I gotta tell you, like, this is the first time I got paid doing modeling, ever. Might be the last.
Sneeko would seek to diversify his contents to use the YouTube platform he had built for years as a foundation to finally achieve his dream job, being a comedian.
I'm so afraid to lose another 2 years that now I specifically go out of my comfort zone. I started doing stand-up comedy, and I've bombed so hard I wanted to jump on the train tracks too. I started modeling and even got signed to an agency, which has been humbling for my ego. I didn't know what fuckboy a lot, if you can't tell. It's Yo Krause, you know what fuckboy means.
Yeah, but you wear that knockout Supreme.
Knockout Supreme, you think I'm broke? I said I dropped out to the YouTube, it's real Supreme. When I came all the way to do my set, what are you gonna say?
As Sneeko went his own way, he began moving away from the reflective style of videos that made him famous. Instead, he began covering the views of other people. This evolution in his content took the form of a new, recurring man-on-the-street type series, a lot like Steven Crowder's Change My Mind segment.
Yeah, this is probably going to start
dubbed it
the
the
path
Minute
of
Podcast.
self-destruction here.
Are you a good person?
Yes, I would say so.
Who are you better than?
You? I actually worked in a court for 4 years.
At least she's
and
honest.
I really enjoyed my work. because
Her
I
mom
got
told her
to
not to
talk
lie.
about feeling things that
What's in the court?
Yeah, I worked in a court. I was a bailiff for family court, so I would prepare. Yes, I would prepare kids for like court and like their family cases and stuff like
What
that.
was fucked up kid you saw?
I'm not supposed to tell you, but like my NDA.
It used to be that people called me an asshole, but now it's all ego this, ego that. Everyone's a psychologist. Before, I never thought of myself as that kind of person, but one day it switched and you just become addicted. And that's what made me a dick for a while. I walked around looking good, feeling good, and people react.
So you basically, you basically just self-admitted to selling out in your own eyes. You basically went to the algorithm.
If I keep inflating my own ego,
So yeah, in your own eyes, you're a sellout. Just saying that.
However, despite the success of
You
this
made the
series,
rules, and I'm
along
just
with his
applying
more
them.
artistic vlogs having cleared a final way out of the insular and toxic commentary sphere, Sneeko would never let go of his provocateur tendencies. The closer we come to his current ethics, the clearer it becomes that the shenanigans were present long before any of the nuance or insights that attracted people to his content. He embraced his taste for controversy regardless of consequences, completely independent of if it was even consistent with what he previously stood for.
Alright, I saw Cuties last night and it was pretty good. It's a pretty good movie. I went in ready to hate like everybody else.
Oh
I
my
saw the
God.
cover and I got clickbaited. So did you. You got clickbaited.
Just
One
stop
movie that's gonna
talking.
age well. If
Just stop talking.
watching it and feeling like
If you want to make
it's
yourself look
me,
smarter, just stop,
like kids so
okay?
much, dog. Like that was never a problem. When I watched it, like I know I don't like kids, so I'm just gonna watch the movie. And the same thing with this guy Penguin Zero. He was like, it's just so bad. It's just so bad.
I don't know how to. I'm lost. I may have commented on it a second ago, but I'm still lost. This
The
guy,
response from his community was pretty predictable.
and
even on
it seems
re-uploading
genuine
the video.
too. It
This
most likely
when I
is.
got sucked, lol. Then when he came back up in the mainstream and I saw how this dude really acts, Lamau, a surprise for sure. Okay, you didn't
Like,
need to
there's no
re-upload this
excuse. That's
one,
disgusting.
but I still appreciate you
That's
for
degenerate.
re-uploading his videos. I literally.
I mean, be edgy, whatever, okay? I mean, it's funny to a point. But there's a fine line between being a weird, creepy person and an edgy, funny one.
Comment section right with limitations over his fall from grace, and how much better he seemed before his enjoyment of getting embroiled in controversy got the best of him.
I'm surprised you haven't asked us to leave.
Sure, do a crime or do something
then I ain't gonna mess with you.
Well, why are you taking pictures of us?
Right now, your behavior is to where that you might escalate to do something.
Oh, so it's just precaution.
Mhm.
We're not actually breaking anything.
Can we do that too?
Yeah, that's why we took a picture of you.
Yeah.
Just in case you might, you know, your behavior seems like you might.
Yeah.
Like, he's half black, so he's, you know, he's gotta walk on
Oh boy.
line.
Oh, this is so cringy.
Like Sneeko himself said, music hits differently when the artist is dead.
They even call me materialistic now as if it's this dirty word. Listen, you can't just drop acid and talk about life under the stars forever. And you gotta get your money up at some point. And don't take this away from I literally lost half my
He
life.
criticizes Mr. Beast for chasing the bag, and he's like, oh, you gotta get your money at some point. Dude, you're literally, in your context, you are a sellout. By your definition, you are a sellout.
Once you learn how to ignore the distractions.
That's why, you know what, I'm gonna be very, very wise here, right? I'm gonna definitely suggest something that everybody take in their life seriously. Never say something that's gonna come back and bite you in the ass. Because it sucks. It really does. And Sneeko, well, yeah. Need I say more?
I was carrying a lot of anger and resentment. I felt like there was something bigger in life that I wasn't able to see. Walking around bitter with my headphones, not listening to anything, just avoiding eye contact and secretly thinking I was better and smarter and nobody understood me.
You see, ultimately, Sneeko's desire was simple.
More. 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 And f***ing more. More followers, more money, more houses, more acts, more lips, more plastic.
However, when the lockdown came in early 2020, he was forced to change tactics since the interviews he conducted in the 1 Minute podcast were no longer feasible. Continuing his more artistic and thoughtful vlogs on his main channel, Sneeko would upload a video that would change the perception many had of him.
The first one is from Jimmy. He said, "Why'd y'all break up? Why'd you dump me?"
He would cheat on his long-distance girlfriend. Breaking apart would appear to be a relatively stable relationship.
There's some things that happen. Ooh, kinda killed my vibe.
Yeah. But overall, it's because we can't travel to see each other.
Yeah. Plus that little thing.
What little thing?
That thing that you did.
Tyra said, "What did she want from the relationship that you couldn't give her?" I guess complete loyalty. If you're gone for like more than 3 weeks, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's time to, you know, I want
3 weeks though. Come on, man.
3 weeks is a long time. 3 weeks is a long time to not see anybody. Like, that's a long time.
Bruh, come on, man. You can wait 2 weeks. I mean, you cannot wait 3 weeks, 1 month.
I did wait.
Pure
3
chip
weeks. That's what I said.
titanium.
Like, after 3 weeks, it's like, it's time to,
You
like,
waited only 3 weeks?
after 3 weeks, I'm like, I gotta get.
Damn. See that? I haven't done anything until you came to London. And even after that, I was waiting until you picked me up.
That one's not
A
happy.
considerable portion of his fan base expected him to be wiser or more ethical than to cheat on his partner due to his inability to control his sexual urges for 3 weeks. Consequently, the video was very demoralizing to his audience, though it may be the case that Sneeko wanted to be admonished by his fans for his mistakes. He certainly succeeded if that was his intention, as seemingly everyone was disappointed in him. Another big YouTuber, D'Angelo Wallace, would chime in with a simple comment in response to the revelations. He's for the streets. Sneeko's response was uncharacteristic for him, considering his renowned outburst that escalated whatever controversy he was in.
Thought his videos were okay until he decided out of nowhere. I don't know why. Like, I'm not even one starting this beef. He commented on my last video and got a top comment saying he belongs to the streets. I only saw like 10 minutes. I was skipping around and I was getting
That guy's
mad,
preaching.
Not only at his braces and the fact that he looks like a TikTok Lil Tecca. Not even just the fact that he dresses like Ellen. Just his voice, his face. And he didn't wear a mask, and he showed up late, and he didn't even tell people to wear a mask. And he said, no, in a way, I think it's harder to gain 1 million child followers than it is to gain 2 million.
The blobfish just called you. They want their trophy for the most ugly thing in existence back.
spin like D'Angelo Wallace. I think he needs to be more inspiring. I think he needs to follow the trends more. To get like 1 million kids to look up to you is more admirable than like all the mad, fat, gifted nerds watching your videos.
Again, the reaction.
Mad Factiness. Dude, this isn't 1980, bro. Come up with better insults.
Long video response to a forward comment from D'Angelo. Others found it
Man,
probably
that
humorous,
forward
or
comment
fueling its target.
bent you
The lack of
so out of
response
shape.
after
You're
Sneako's
more
video
malleable
always
than
cemented
copper.
in public view that whatever negative reaction Sneako might have had from reading his comments, D'Angelo's reaction to the response was probably worse. Seeking to breathe new life into his career, as growth slumped and times got rough during lockdowns, Sneako would use his second channel.
This is you, and this is your surprising hunch.
Why am I being advertised FanDuel? I cannot legally gamble.
Sneako for live streams and highlights.
What country is the Queen of England from? Originally.
I definitely don't know.
No, give me your best guess. I guess a country.
Texas.
While the channel always saw some level of traction, it wouldn't be until the rise of a particular Tate Shinkai master, camp girl pimp, and warrior for Allah that Sneako would find mainstream notoriety. Andrew Tate needs no introduction, and I already did a video on him, so watch that to catch up on your Turkey Tom extended universe lore. But to summarize for those
I remember that guy was
while
super
regular
duper
YouTube
popular.
remained steady in its turn
Overrated
towards
in my
less
opinion.
offensive content, YouTube Shorts did the opposite, becoming rife with clips from podcasts Andrew Tate had been on. In these clips, he said all kinds of politically incorrect things, which would prove quite successful on the platform. As his popularity grew exponentially, Sneako would take notice, often reacting to his streams, and becoming increasingly enamored with the worldview Tate espoused everywhere he went.
The Tates, their information on their podcast have motivated me more than anything else I've ever heard on the internet. I turned my life around since I started listening to them. I've only been streaming for 3 months, and I was maybe 2 or 3 weeks into streaming. You could see it the first time I even reacted to them. I was like, what are these guys doing wearing these shirts and talking so loud? And I peeped the confidence, I peeped the entertainment value they were adding, and I started listening. Because like I said, you have 2 options, get triggered or listen up.
Since Sneako's beliefs already leaned in a similar
just
direction,
ignore.
it wasn't so difficult for him to
I
see
just don't
which way
give a
the wind
shit.
was blowing and hop on the hype train. Just like a rising tide races all ships, the unprecedented popularity of masculinity-oriented content ballooned Sneako's content along with Tate's. He would very enthusiastically take Tate's teachings to heart, which earned him a lot of clout with Andrew's audience. However, what Sneako wasn't ready for was the scrutiny that was to follow. It turns out that people in the red pill space are much more rigorous than they come off as. With nearly a decade's worth of chicanery to comb through, it was more likely that the skeletons in his closet would contradict the persona he had come to adopt.
Have you ever worn or fantasized about wearing clothes of another sex? I've worn high heels before. Chat, bro, come on, bro. Does that make me gay if I put on some high heels? Have you ever looked at a person of the same sex and felt attracted in a sexual way?
Sure he knows that from experience. And no, I'm not shaming it.
I'm gonna say, chat, we're being honest. We're being honest. It's happened. Your friends decided to go party at a gay bar. I've been to gay bars, chat. To be honest, no, fake
Hey, at least
doesn't count.
to be honest.
Fake doesn't count. I feel awkward about it. If there were no people
I ain't
left in
shaming
the
it.
world except for someone of the same sex, you would fall into despair and you would never have a sexual partner again. Bro, chat, let's be honest though.
So after doing some digging, I very unfortunately found photos of Sneako stroking his penis in front of what I can only assume is a male photographer. Now,
My
to me, these
God,
professional
why?
photos obviously lighting
Why,
and
Sneako?
it's very
Why would you post this?
I can't show
Keep
enough
it to
photos
yourself,
on my Twitter.
please.
Given the context of Sneako saying that gay men run the modeling industry, you can only assume that a gay man is taking the photos, but we don't know that for a fact. So Sneako, please prove
Sneako is man, I swear, every time I dig into Sneako, you literally never know what you're gonna see. You never know it. Wait, hold on. Oh, yeah, we're full. Yeah, we're full. Anyway, you never really know what you're gonna see when it comes to Sneako. It's like a dice. You roll it, not even a dice, like 100-sided dice. You roll it as many times as you want, you're never gonna get the same outcome twice in a row. Unless it's an extremely rare occurrence, which, in this case, I think it is. Yeah, I got a lot of these fabricators. And you gotta make that titanium fast, right? Man, we are cooking. Not only are we cooking, we're probably cooking our power cells. Oof, we lost 30% of power. Just from making titanium.
We're not taken by a gay man.
Ironically, the ultimate result of Sneako's attempts to be his own man, at the behest of everything else, and to never submit to someone else's way of doing things, led him to be in the shadow of Andrew Tate.
Gentlemen, we've had successful things.
I love that video. Andrew Tate W.
Is this disrespectful? Would you tolerate this?
What? Expensive cars with money. Classic TW.
Classic Tate W.
Women, we do be getting bitches. Classic TW, baby.
I've never said classic TW.
When he noticed this was happening,
He gets so triggered.
himself apart from Tate. How did he do
That's the truth of these type of people. They act all hard, they act all big and tough. They act like they basically run the world. But then when you say one thing, one insignificant thing that just corrects them in any way, right? Or basically puts them in their place, they cry, they whine, and they shrivel up like a little raisin under the sun. It's exactly what they do. Every single one of them, I'm telling you, man. They're all like that.
this? Well, instead of pimping random women online for money, Sneako let another guy bang his girlfriend for free.
Bruh, what a shame.
The arrangements of our relationships, like, I can go and, like, once in a while use a condom and, like, you know, one night stands, whatever.
You said something to the nature of whatever happens, happens.
What? Yeah, so we go in there with the mentality that whatever happens inside that party, it just stays at the party. Like,
Yeah.
And so I saw her. I've seen her f other men, and it's just like that was.
Seen it?
Yeah, I saw like literally.
Come on, dude.
Like yeah, it's like she's moaning pretty loud. Like I don't know like how much she.
That is amazing. I mean, hey, I don't mind if you're polyamorous, bro, but you better make sure that, like, you know, your spouse is okay with it. Oh, stop. Go up. That's why I need sonar. I know there's a Reaper right there.
This girl to get fucked. So what's this? Wow. If he's watching, let me.
Bro actually watched it.
Have one night stands and have an open relationship, and she can only go on dates. This is a place where she can exercise the open relationship. Like it should be fair that she can take other. If I'm fucking other pussy. Like
Equality.
That's balanced. And I'm getting like anxious. Like I don't want to do this. And so we go alone in the bathroom, and she's like helping me out, like calming me down. And then we start doing our thing in the bathroom. The door's open. People come and start watching. This other couple comes in. And so while I'm like in it from the back, he lays down on the floor and starts licking her. But think about.
Oh my god.
He's that close.
Nasty ass shit, bro.
Like his head is like under, is like 6 inches. Like his eyebrows are like tickling the bottom, and I have to like move, like go like that, so I don't make contact, because his eyebrows are like.
God, just stop talking. Just stop speaking. Please, just spare us.
Like, all right, let's switch. So I got this girl on top of me, and she's, I don't know, yo, I'm just not, and my girl's yo, I'm like
okay, look at hearing that. Okay, bro.
It's a lot, but I think it's something everybody should do, just to test.
Anybody at these parties?
No.
Tweets from 2021 that resurfaced during this time also don't help Sneako's position. What does it mean when your girlfriend tells another man in front of you, "I'm single," and then has sex with him? One may expect that this kind of story breaking about one of the most popular people in the red pill space would be a bombshell. But, believe it or not, people kind of didn't care. His fans
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Who cares?
justify what happened, rather than criticize
Who
Sneako for
cares?
constantly making fun of promiscuous women while engaging
Absolutely
in genuine
who cares?
hypergamy. Later on, when Sneako
Like, who
would involve
positively
himself in
cares?
another
Who
internet
cares
beef with
that you
fellow
did?
YouTuber and ex-collaborator Brandon Buckingham, it would be brought up.
I used to be a fan of Sneeko, way back before he cosplayed as an alpha male. He used to make philosophical videos about life, people, society, and I really enjoyed them. I thought they were well put together, well edited, and I respected him. However, somewhere along the line, things went south for our little alpha male. Clouded by the pursuit of fame, money, and women, he turned into his shadow self, or perhaps who he's been this entire time. Ew. Fast forward to April of 2021. I meet Sneeko for the first time in Las Vegas at Steezy Kane's birthday party, and my initial reaction was shock. I felt he was an egomaniac that viewed himself as better than everyone. You could tell he thought he was the coolest guy around, and I remember our first interaction vividly. He treated me like some fanboy piece of shit because I was giving him props about his videos.
Like Nico's previous conflicts, this one would also be born from a previously friendly relationship. Despite their collaborations being too few and far between to consider them friends, Brandon certainly had good feelings about Sneeko.
He's hopping into frame, talking into my mic, and being a lot cooler than when we first met. I'm like, shit, maybe this guy's alright. We spent a few hours hanging out, and it made me think, maybe I had the wrong idea. I imagine him like admiring his shit in the toilet, but, you know, that's all speculation. I really think that. I think he does that. And when I was out at dinner with Sneeko and his girlfriend in New York, she was flirting with everyone very hard, making it entirely apparent she was fair game and was seemingly down to hook up, but none of us reciprocated this behavior. We didn't flirt back, we didn't give her any vibes.
After 9 months, in June 2022, Buckingham would sign with Happy Punch, a YouTube boxing event headed by none other than Keemstar. Seeking to find competitors for the events, Brandon would ask Sneeko whether or not he'd be up to box.
So Keemstar doesn't want to sign Sneeko to box, and mind you, I had told Sneeko
Don't
I could
blame
try
him.
to get him signed to fight me or fight another opponent. I was going to try to help him get signed regardless of my benefit. Sneeko ends up messaging me saying something like, actually, he doesn't really want to box. So I reply, and I quote, "I got you. I hope it didn't rub you the wrong way or anything. I just thought you'd be a legitimate good opponent that I'd respect. Much love, Sneeko." He responded to me saying that by saying, "Why you on my dick?"
However, Brandon did
Why
not
are you
take the
letting
slight against
other
him well.
people's, you know, onto your girl? That's the real question here.
He called me a writer response. And then I sat back, thought about it for a second. I was thinking, what a pompous little f***er. Here I am trying to help him, and he spits in my face and treats me like a fanboy just because I was showing him respect and clarifying our relationship.
Up until this point, the people who Sneeko clashed with were either as petty as he was, didn't care, or didn't know how to react when attacked. This time it was
Google Nest Learning Thermostat.
Yeah.
With Nest.
Yeah, that happened until, let's just say this one little guy called Moist Critical
different.
put him in his
Fight
place.
hadn't happened, but the victory of this exchange was obviously Brandon's.
Wait a second, chat. Hold on, I have a question. I think I have to connect the portal on the other side of my island. I need kyanite. Not gonna lie, guys. I'm just gonna go get some kyanite real quick. Actually, screw this. Yeah, wait, I'm about to say, what can I use this extra titanium for? I'm gonna use that titanium to build storage units inside this one base I was gonna make. There you go, now we're gonna scoochie back into the back of this base. I need to put some lights down here, because of course we've shut it down. This will lead us to the thermal facility. We're also gonna want to go get some mushrooms here. I wouldn't mind getting some of that. I haven't scanned Kyanite yet. And yes, guys, Kyanite is real. So if you guys like it, you can go buy some of it. If you can. It's aluminum. I'm gonna go get myself a big old chunk. Yeah, like that. Yeah, actually, I like that chunk. That's pretty. It looks like a mouth. Dialuminum silicon tetraoxide? I think that's what you would call that. Unless it's like an organic... I don't know.
It could be said that this was the first time Sneeko took a massive public L, as the kids would say. However, Nico didn't know when to stop. A twist that is becoming increasingly unsurprising in this story.
See, if he would have stopped at this point, he had me beat. I was that told at this point. He could have ran with the fact that it was just a joke that I misinterpreted. He was winning at this point. So I wake up from a little power nap to a FaceTime, and as I answer, I'm caught off guard because I see Sneeko is pointing a camera at me and I'm on stream.
Yo, what up, Brandon? Yo, so, I was talking to my chat about what happened. There's no beef, bro. I don't care. Good luck in the fight and everything, dude. What do you want to say?
I was hella tight. I thought like we had some weird animosity beef. I guess I just misheard what you said.
You're a comedian, bro. How the f did you not think that I was telling a joke?
Well, because first of all, I haven't seen you or talked. I haven't talked in like 10 months, right? Like we don't really keep up with each other like that. You know what I'm saying? It was just like that same energy of like supporting you and with you, just flip to the other side.
Yeah, just don't do that again. Don't do that again. You know what I'm saying? He's saying, oh, I love your stream, like video, man. Why you want my get off my? Because it makes me feel uncomfortable when people give me too many compliments.
Clarifying someone isn't upset.
Damn, someone's sensitive, isn't he?
Match is completely reasonable, but he has to make up this whole story about him trying not to big bro me after I fanboyed out so he can come out as this humble, logical good guy when that is a blatant lie. And if he's watching this, then unblock me, screenshot the fucking DMs, and show him yourself. You lied.
The stream, dubbed Making an Example Out of YouTubers, is pretty much exactly what the title suggests. Humiliating those he thinks have wronged him in front of his entire audience, instead of taking the Brandon Buckingham situation as an opportunity to learn that reckless hostility isn't the appropriate way to act when you think someone might have slighted you. He decided to double down and go kamikaze.
The other YouTuber I want to make an example out of is Brandon Buckingham. He's an up-and-coming YouTuber. He was a fan, he got tight at a gay joke, and then said exactly the same shit that Lobster said. He kept asking me to get into a fight, and I'm like, man...
This is the last thing you should be doing. This just shows you that you're sensitive. It shows you that you are insecure. It shows us that you literally care everything. You care about what everybody thinks about you. And there's not a bad thing to that, to multiple cases, but in this case, kind of is. It's kind of, you know, misleading to a degree when you like kind of preach yourself as being this, you know, untouchable little guy, this alpha male. I don't think alpha males get so sad and act like a little crybaby when someone makes fun of them. Do you think alpha males do that? I don't think so. But Sneeko's still gonna talk, because that's Sneeko.
To explode between Buckingham and Sneeko. This description of Buckingham seems relatively light. However, we're still in the calm before the storm.
Oh boy. Rumble in the jungle.
I'm not gonna lie, I used to watch Sneeko too. I was really into like his whole like philosophical, super edited type of videos, but like the more I watch Sneeko, the more I realize like something's off about him.
Dude, you know you can't post this, right? Yeah, I know.
Nico's livestream channel, Sneeko, would quickly grow to become the lifeblood of his online popularity. At his peak, he managed to gain over 117,000 subscribers in one single week.
That's
this
nuts.
marked a definitive move away from
Like it or hate him, that's a pretty good achievement.
even if opinionated Sneeko from what now seems to be a distant past, into a Sneeko that was extremely online and extremely offensive.
Maybe we want to look back at ancient Greece. You know, small penises used to be symbol
Oh
of
god,
masculinity.
no.
Yeah, they were also having gay blood samples. That's irrelevant to what I just said.
With this newfound patent for pushing the buttons of internet outrage culture, it seemed Sneeko was rudderless, not at all open to reconsider any of the actions he was becoming widely disliked for. For a man seeking to position himself as being based in reality, he managed to undo that image in a single stream.
You want to talk a little bit about the drama that's going on with you and Sneeko?
Yeah, Sneeko made up fake R-word accusations. He said word for word that I said that I'm going to R-word your girlfriend.
And look.
Wow, okay.
This
You're
is
that person. Got it.
Brandon did not say that. Like, you know, this has already been debunked.
I didn't say that.
Yo, you know who's an L-Mans? Brandon Buckingham. Oh, yeah. That guy sucks. Bro, literally said, I'm gonna R-word your girlfriend.
Yeah.
Literally said that. This dude said he is going to R-word my girlfriend. Bro, nothing more than saying I'm gonna R-word your girlfriend.
As far as insulting
Think you're
people or saying
R-wording
mean
my
things about
eyes.
them online, I'm personally game for most of it, honestly. However, it's a very different story when you are accusing someone of... It should be universally recognized that false accusations of that nature are forbidden, even in
Exactly.
that people call toxic.
She doesn't respect them. They would look at my girlfriend and fold. Real talk. Like, if I'm being real...
Hey bro, I was looking at your girl, and she was looking at me, and I did think about folding her over something, consensually of course, but I didn't. You know who did though? A bunch of weird dudes right in front of you.
But it was far too late for settling any of these disputes peacefully, as Sneeko had opened Pandora's box, sullying his own image, live, in an attempt to smear fellow creators who otherwise would have felt no animosity against him. Honestly, most of these situations speak for themselves. It's not necessarily that Sneeko was just wrong in every instance, but the attitude with which he approached seemingly every problem with someone else was extremely counterproductive and petty.
So what exactly happened here?
He's just immature about
Make
everything.
up the replies. Is that sticking to funny in your eyes? Is that sticking to truth? This fucking guy's always talking about truth. I mean, it's so weird to make up a truth accusation on another man. If he had his way and people believed what he said, think about it. If those accusations were taken as fact, people would say, oh, don't hang out with Brandon Buckingham. He threatened to rape a woman.
It also proved very hard for Sneeko, who, at this point, was a fledgling in the pro-masculinity online community, to reconcile his more eccentric proclivities with what was held as common sense by everyone else. Quickly, his position as the carrier of Andrew Tate's legacy was severely undermined.
But I'm telling you, Chad, the reason I'm talking about this is because internet has diluted a lot of the basic respect that we need to have as people. A lot of people need to step outside and realize what they're saying. And because of YouTube, because
That
of
is
it's all
super
content.
duper ironic.
After the termination of Andrew Tate and his brother from seemingly every social media platform in 2022, the community
I'm not being
that developed
sarcastic, but
around
what did he
their
get terminated for?
personality was extremely taken aback, as they looked for someone else to continue promoting their ideas.
Sneeko, young man, if I disappear, I'm passing the torch to you. Keep spreading the message. While it's still relevant to talk about Andrew Tate, I appreciate you showing this.
Sneeko saw this as an opportunity, not just to profit off of their loyalty to the Tate brothers, but to inherit a cult of personality of his own, which would overlook any and all of his glaring character flaws. Of course, Sneeko's old audience would be very distraught by how quickly he jumped on this particular bandwagon, literally became what he despised. Nobody said Sneeko was the smartest or most morally correct guy.
Again, it's funny how people, he literally is criticizing Mr. Beast for being a sellout, but I guess, you know,
dude, it's Sneeko.
you know, I guess he, now he's allowed to, quote-unquote, sell out in his own description.
But it was evidence that giving such responsibility to the young creator
Yeah, bro
was
literally
basically
sold
feeding
out.
an already raging fire. Over the years, it was always hinted that Nico had a tendency towards egomania, and now he had the mother of all followings at his fingertips. It seemed pretty clear to all of those around that Sneeko was beginning to step over boundaries that figures like Tate would never have even contemplated. The increasing amount of spats that Sneeko would find himself involved in would reach some of the biggest creators on the platform, notably KSI.
This is a personal message to you, KSI. I had no problem with you. I don't fucking know you. I don't watch your YouTube channel. But when I get banned, you want to go from a fan to just fucking instantly cowering out to the Matrix. That makes you a hypocrite. There's nothing more disgusting
The
in the world
Matrix.
than
Oh
a hypocrite.
my god.
Ethan's a hypocrite as disgusting, as are you. You don't even stick by your guns. You don't even, no, he doesn't even stick by his fucking guns. He doesn't even say, you know what, Andrew was alright, he said some funny things he should have got banned. At least Jake Paul was man enough to say stand up for free speech. If you ever fought Jake, he would smash your fucking face.
He'd fucking smoke you.
And if you want to get smoked twice, I'll fucking smoke you myself. You are full of shit. You're a fucking hypocrite. The shit you've said in the past is worse than anything I've ever fucking said, and you know it. You want to talk about having a boxing match, you're fucking 3 rounds boxing against some nobody. I will take you 12 rounds and I will break every bone in your fucking face. And you know it. Either before or after Jake's done with you. You're a fucking hypocrite as well. Fucking dork.
Listen, paying $14.99 a month for
No wonder you got banned.
$9.99 a month for a music
Interesting.
KSI.
KSI would respond with the following. Crying from outside of the club. Jake Paul and you can get it soon. I want all the smoke.
Sneeko, bro. Literally, he is the son of Andrew Tate. Cried when Andrew Tate was upset. He's like, Daddy,
His laugh is worse than mine.
Are you upset? Oh my god, did KSI upset you? Oh, Daddy Tate!
Sneeko would quickly jump to Tate's defense, deriding KSI for celebrating Tate's ban. I would join your stream, but Andrew Tate owns you. Sorry, W Tate. W Convo. Get your clout up and one day I'll join. You're lucky that I ain't got time for this. No principles or character, everything is about clout to these people. If you're such a top G, if you're such an alpha like your daddy Tate, why not test that alpha? Let us have a little spar and see how manly you really are in person. You can talk that talk behind a screen, but in the real world, your life's different, I'm sure. Keep feeding both to your audience. Remember, I've been doing this way longer than you have. But, as I can see, you're truly just a man with 0 values. Anyone over to be the main guy at the top of the ladder. Demeaning to women, demeaning to Islam, demeaning to people and their weight for your bubble. Your truth is a lie. You're a trend that's dying. Enjoy it for now.
And I sold out. Now you got a drink that's like poisonous. Prime is just Gatorade garbage. You promote OnlyFans to your 12-year-old audience.
Daddy Tate!
You can't even debunk what I'm saying. I'm calling you out for being a fucking hypocrite. For saying things.
Man, we got 2 clowns fighting each other. What a circus.
That went too far according to the woke mob. So I'm pointing out the fact that you're a simp for the woke mob now. You're going to get canceled again. Instead of addressing that fact, you're going to go, Andrew Tate, why not?
he is the son of Andrew Tate. Cried when Andrew Tate.
See, this is what they all say. This is what every single hater says. They say, I'm a Andrew Tate cutter. They talk about the sweater party from a year ago. They talk about the fact that I used to have an open relationship. They say that I'm an alpha male. They say I'm a fake alpha male. They say I'm a fake red pill. They say I'm a liar grifter. And yeah, bro, you can beat me in a fight. You box long, you can beat me in a fight. So I can't properly call you like I want to because you've sold out and because you're afraid of getting canceled. But you're afraid of a debate. You're afraid of a conversation. You will get exposed.
Increasingly, Sneeko was finding himself under heavy scrutiny for his increasingly radical comments. Some would say he was simply speaking the truth in an off-the-cuff or blunt manner, as perhaps was his intention. But other people, typically those with more pull in mainstream YouTube than Sneeko supporters, believed he was using his platform to spread dangerous ideas, whatever they considered them to be.
I know you want me to call you a toxic, problematic incel, but I'm not going to call you any of those things. I'm going to call you stupid. You are stupid and you are promoting dangerous, dumb ideas that aren't based in reality that make life worse for everyone.
And in an apocalyptic world where there's only one woman left, guess what you would do to her?
But if they were the last two, bro, you are getting fucked. There's no option about it. Whether you want to or not, you're getting fucked. If there's two people, there's no consent, there's no police.
Oh God.
It's happening.
Bro, that sounded
I don't I would say what's wrong with him, but yeah, we know. There's a lot wrong with this guy. I swear, I use less power in this thing than I do. Maybe it's because I have 2 batteries. Yeah, it's probably because I have 2 batteries. It is.
Wait, do you really think
You have made jokes about eyelashes like 500 times.
And you keep watching it. And you keep watching it, and I've never seen your videos. And I've never seen your videos, and I never will. But you know my jokes, that's how much you watch my... Bro, that's embarrassing.
we're used to taking the blue pill. We're not used to taking the red pill. And when you get like, when you swallow one pill, it feels good. It feels good.
It's the blue pill. Then why did you apologize? Because you felt bad?
Yeah, I left, bro. How many times I said I genuinely felt bad. You see, you're not listening, Sneeko.
I'm listening.
No, you're not listening. Sneeko, you already have what you want to say in your mind. You literally said this in your video. I literally heard you say this clip. You say you don't listen to what people say. You go on and assume what they're gonna say. Bro, you know how many clips on TikTok I've seen where you assume what the girl was gonna say, but then she said something different? You're like, oh shit, I was not expecting that.
All of these issues were compounded by Sneeko's association with far-right political commentator Nick Fuentes.
There is something baked into the cake in Judaism which affects how they're brokering these kinds of contracts with entertainers like Ye.
The people who were already worried that Sneeko's social media machine might become a dangerous trash fire.
Dude, the ultimate conservative DLC pack. Sneeko, Andrew Tate. They got Alex Jones. Dude, that'd be the bonus conservative DLC. All I'm saying.
Expected. The overall careless attitude he had about what kinds of things he exposed his fan base to alerted those who already thought he didn't deserve a platform with such a young and impressionable audience. As a consequence, people began wondering how they could get him kicked out by any means necessary.
What's up, Cozy? 07's in the chat. Shout out to all the corpers, man. I stayed up. Nick!
There we are. Hey. Hey! I'm good. How are you doing?
Nick, you're getting on my so now. I appreciate the free speech and everything. You can't trip the N-word. You can't do that anymore on the stream.
I just said it one time!
You're really sad about the queen dying? 100%, bro. You don't think the kids and like fucking each other's cousins?
Oh my god, bro.
You don't think the
Oh no, Sneeko's gone up way more like on the conspiracy side, I think, than like where Tate is. Andrew Tate might be marketing red pill stuff that I think is kind of okay, but people like Sneeko are the result of reading it the wrong way.
The heat would get so intense that clips from live streams featuring Sneeko, Fuentes, and Destiny would be played in front of the United States Senate during a hearing on social media's effects on national security.
I want to show you something. They played my stream in the Senate. They played my stream in the Senate. They're watching this stream right now. There's government officials watching this. Let me show you. I'm not crazy. They played it in the fucking Senate.
The spread of hateful, dangerous, and extremist content that has motivated.
He said hateful, dangerous, and extremist
Hey, it's probably the one person in the federal government I can actually say I agree with.
He said something about the Jewish religion. He said something about Judaism, and I went, joking.
However, things soon came to a head when Sneeko got in a bit of a disagreement with YouTuber Chad, known for her TikTok commentary series, A Twinge of Cringe.
This feminist garbage hides the fact that she's attracted to that guy making the videos. It is what it is. Girls, you could vouch for it. You know it's true. She would. She would. You could tell by the way she's talking that she hasn't been properly in a long time.
Oh God! Just stop talking.
This garbage video promoting all this feminist garbage to your lonely girls in the comment section. What you really need, Chad, is some.
Says the masculinist.
Yeah, shut up with your feminism. Yeah, come here.
Oh my God! This hurts to watch. I actually want to take a. I want to take a knife and just gouge my eyes out. I just. I really wish that one stick from the Men in Black existed so I could wipe my memory. Because every time I would. Shit.
Just like Tate before him, he was aware that he was posting on borrowed time.
I think that's the void. Sorry, man. Ugh, I'll stave off.
So he decided to up the ante and engage in even more self-destructive antics. YouTubers like Nick Green would go as far as to break YouTube's terms of service to advocate for the mass flagging of Sneako's accounts to get him deplatformed.
Sneako is harassing a female content creator, telling her that the reason why she's so upset is because she hasn't had sex in a while, and then he proceeds to aggressively simulate a sexual assault.
That's creepy, dude. That's not appropriate for YouTube. Anywhere else, in your house, and not with anybody else. Disgusting person. And you know what really pisses me off? Is that these people will call you sensitive snowflakes or some shit like that. Dude, no. There are things that are in societal... My God, I can't even talk. This guy is degrading my brain cells as we speak. Listening to him is rotting my mentality. But, literally, there are some things that you really shouldn't say in society, okay? I think anybody can also agree with that, right? Like, you shouldn't start going off on hate speech or some shit like that. You also really shouldn't be, you shouldn't be doing what he's doing, right? That's gross. That's disgusting.
The fact that Sneako,
that's degenerate.
after knowingly falsely accusing me of making threats, is about to get banned from YouTube for making threats, is one of the most ironic turn of events I've ever had the pleasure of being involved in. Truly divine. Nick Green's content is unwatchable, and his personality is unbearable. I also do not support the cancel culture, deplatforming bullshit, but after getting falsely accused of by the guy, it's hard not to sit back and laugh at all of this.
In your crusade to become a free thinker who only speaks the truth, you've become an absolute f***ing idiot. I don't care if you're toxic and problematic. I care about people's safety. And the ideas that you are spreading on your channel directly lead to people being less safe.
Sneako's termination was really a long time coming. Did he deserve it? I would say no. But was it inevitable? Yes. YouTube would terminate Sneako's second channel, Sneako, where most of the abrasive content was hosted. However, they didn't stop at that, and moved on to deleting his entire channel as well. It didn't matter that he had run that channel for over a decade, as seniority is meaningless to YouTube, and down the drain went an entire decade's worth of dedication, and arguably even talent. Just like that.
Talent would be stretching it.
That this kind of crackdown stance should be a warning to all of us, but these days, most people don't care about free speech anyway, so you know what, I won't waste my breath. Whether you agree or disagree with him, Sneako's young fan base, along with Tate's before him, are simply migrating to alternate websites or private chat groups, where they will continue to be as raucous and offensive as you can imagine. I have no idea what will happen when this cultural pressure cooker blows up, but I'm certain it means bad news for the people who banned them in the first place.
After nearly a decade of dedicating my life's work to YouTube.com, they terminated all of my channels. Not only that, but I'm going to pursue legal action against Google for freezing $120,000 of my dollars because they terminated my account when they felt like it. So I posted a YouTube short on my main channel saying, hey guys, I can't stream for 2 weeks. I'll see you soon. And YouTube hit me with the circumvention strike, and that's how they were able to delete everything off the platform. A lot of these booster shot, indoctrinated, brainwashed YouTubers are trying to take credit for the fact that I'm banned, when in reality it's bigger than you. The government is watching me. The senator of Michigan played my clip of a stream. The committee, the chair of Homeland Security said that I'm a domestic threat and that I'm encouraging violence. What really happened is
you kind of are, man.
Somebody on Island saying, you need to get rid of this guy. He's growing too fast and he's exposing the truth. You need to get rid of him before he keeps waking people up. I am exactly who I say I am.
Go cry. Just cry. Please.
I posted a list of names on my Instagram. Andrew Tate, Kanye West, Donald Trump, Alex Jones, Julian Assange, Edward Snowden, all these people who have tried to save freedom of speech. And Instagram took it down for violence. Time will tell, and eventually people will understand where I'm coming from.
The response from fellow content creators was, to say the least, largely indifferent.
Well, I mean, I tried to warn him. I tried to warn him. And yeah, YouTube, I mean, it's YouTube's website. They can do whatever the fuck they want. If he broke TOS, then that's an L for him. But
it is. Big L. Fat L.
He was moving mad. He was moving
bad.
Shout out to Sneeko. We talked about Sneeko, didn't we? Basically just a manosphere, red pill, woman-hating loser.
Wannabe Tate.
Yeah, just another one, you know, another off-brand, insecure man. So, anyway, he got banned, so we'd love to see it.
See you, partners.
See ya, partner.
You can argue that it's YouTube's right to simply wipe the existence of naughty people off of these sites, but don't be so surprised when it happens to you. We can celebrate or deride Sneeko's ban all we like. It doesn't change the fact, as of the time of writing, we are ultimately at the whim of an unfeeling algorithm that picks sides, changes rules, and punishes anyone and everyone when it suits its need.
It took me a month to make. There's cinematics in it, it's like a short film, there's scripting, it's artistic, there's a really funny street interview at the end. I was basically playing the character of an incel to try to view women accurately in 2022. And this idiot watched this video, was like, oh, guys literally do like an incel dude. He didn't even understand it because of his low IQ bot brain, and he probably made more money in 10 minutes reacting to my video that I spent a month making, brought my heart and soul into one of the best videos I ever made. So I'm like, why am I spending this time investing into trying to change people's mind, trying to make difference on the internet when people are so easily brainwashed and influenced, when I could just react.
That's ironic.
When I could just yell, because this guy's not funny, this guy's not entertaining, he's low energy, he's stupid and predictable. I can be better than this. And in 3 months, I almost
keep talking, but okay.
From nothing on my second channel, so fast they had to ban me. So I wanted to prove the point that I can be better than these bots, and I did.
You're better than them, but you became them.
How did I become them?
Do you think that a spiritual void exists today in the Western world?
Yeah, I believe in God.
When you're talking to people on your platform, I hear you guys talk about what it means to be successful, what it means to achieve, what it means to accomplish things. And all I ever hear you guys talk about are cars, mansions, 30 homes. Why?
Because that's dope.
When you talk about those things, those are the exact types of journeys that lead you to the spiritual void.
Just like Tate, Sneeko was vaporized from the platform. Perhaps it's a testament to what Nico used to create that there are entire channels created in the express name of preserving his back catalog of content. More so, it could be an indictment of where Sneeko ultimately ended up, that his old content is what many of his fans look back on fondly. His subreddit, filled with these former fans reminiscing about the good old days, is especially telling of this. Sneeko always wanted to step out from the crowd, to make his own way, something that is clearly reflected in his philosophical and political views. However, the end result of this fixation was that the fate of his online presence and content was decided not by himself or his fans, but by a blanket ban that cut him off from them permanently. For a man who wanted to make something new, something different, something uniquely him, who can look at what has happened and confidently say that this is not what he always wanted?
I need people to admire me. I desired fame for so long. That was, I thought my life would be set if I'm famous. Fame brings a lot, but it turns you into kind of an egomaniac.
I will say that Nico seems like a man who has lost his way, so desperately in need of a mentor.
Can't get me.
Guide him that he'll settle for Andrew Tate of all people. He's a series of conflicting ideas. A man who preaches traditional values, yet has an open relationship, went to orgies, and enjoyed countless threesomes. A man who presents himself as humble and forgiving, yet acknowledges the egomania he has obtained from being a content creator for a living. Someone who claims that he wants to wake his audience up from the mainstream narrative, while feeding that same audience his own narrative on how the world works. From an
Exactly.
limited set of experiences. Maybe the most honest thing Sneeko has ever said is that your views are always inside you. You don't need some random guy on the internet to tell you what they are. Sneeko, however, at the time of writing this, is 24 years old and is still...
I'm trying to mature, man. I'm trying to mature. But I still do dumb... Like, I'm aware of a lot of the mistakes I make, but I don't stop doing them. I just feel guilty about it afterwards. You know what I mean?
But that doesn't excuse the serious, real-life ramifications of his actions. And the question remains, is someone who cannot control their own ego and is still maturing in their own right, deserving of such a large platform that so many trust? Should anyone even look up to him?
I think you could cloud a video and say I have mental health problems. Twitter made me sad. I needed to take a mental health break because I was on Twitter too much. And they do that because liberals all go in the comments and be like, oh my God, feel better. Oh, I'm so glad you're opening up. I'm also sad. I'm also sad. My therapist told me this. And all it does, you think that it's getting over your mental health, but all it does is encourage it more and more. It gives you a sense, it gives you dopamine.
Yeah, he is correct.
Like validating your mental health.
You could apply it to him.
Life hard. You're a successful YouTuber. You stream all day. Your life is easy. You have the easiest job ever. You have the best job ever. And Twitter made you sad. Get over it.
Today, it seems that many are simply looking for someone to trust, someone to believe in, someone to look up to. Simply put, there are no more heroes, and now we instinctively turn to others, whether rock stars, athletes, or in this case, internet father figures like Tate, to guide us. In a time when a lot of people are becoming increasingly discontent with the world in which we live, it's kind of understandable why people would turn to someone like Jordan Peterson, Andrew Tate, Sam Hyde, or Sneeko as someone to offer them something new. What may be important to keep in mind is that ultimately, these people are no different from us. Captivating and entertaining as they may be, they are often inconsistent, ego-filled hypocrites grasping for some sense of meaning in a world ripe with questions and sparse in answers. For now, on Rumble, Sneeko will continue looking.
Chat, Nick just texted me right now, and I can't. Oh my god, that's gonna come on stream soon. Can I get some W's? I can't tell you. But Nick just texted me the dumbest shit of all time. I can't tell you yet. But let's go. Give me some. Just
No one.
You are a slave.
Jesus Christ, take me to dinner first. What the fuck?
They deactivate your pineal gland using fluoride.
They were talking about this bullshit.
Fluoride?
Bread and butter here is
What?
archaeology. Considering that I've earned a drinking water, wastewater, and OSHA 40 certification, as well as spent the last summer of my life sampling groundwater on an Air Force base, I'd like to think that I'm somewhat qualified to talk about this. Long story short is that this man who was way too close to the camera is incidentally wrong. This conspiracy started in the 40s because people thought they were putting fluoride in the water to turn us all into communists.
Yeah.
I think it's hilarious. But the reason
Fluoride is a chemical, and you know why they put it? You know why fluoride is good? They're good for these. See that? They're good for your teeth. Fluoride is a good dental material. It is good for your teeth. It promotes healthy dental hygiene, and therefore, that's why it's added to water. That's really all what it does. I cannot believe people are still trying to spread fake news. It literally came from, like, what? Trying to turn people into communists. Man, Americans are just different. Well, I wish I was honestly born in another country except for America sometimes. Like, I'm like, look, America the Great. And so you realize that we think we thought, like, fluoride was being put into the water to turn everybody into commies. Like, bruh. I can't tell who's dumber, the people who, like, made that narrative or the people that ate it. Genuinely don't know.
Water is because it helps decrease tooth decay, one of the leading causes of chronic illness for children. Now, obviously, in high doses, it's not very good for you. Just like, you know, literally everything else. Like oxygen in the air is around 20%, but if you get it to 50%, it'll kill you. It's hilarious to me that people will bitch and moan about fluoride, and then wash it down with a can of this shit. Also, if fluoride is supposed to make me roll over and love the government, it didn't fucking work.
You are a slave.
What are some of the biggest survival myths?
I know this guy, Minuteman.
You ever been killed, dragged up a tree by a leopard? This guy did it. Who knows, maybe it was even kind of fun. This poor bastard is called SK-54, and it is a fragment from the base of the skull. Now, while that's pretty interesting on its own, I guess the most interesting part of it are those two small punctures in what would have been the base of the skull. When archaeologists discovered this, they weren't exactly sure what this was about, but they were able to tell that this was likely a skull fragment from this guy, Paranthropus robustus, one of our human ancestors. It would have lived about 1.5 million to 1 million years ago, and they had a sagittal crest. Look at that thing right there. Supposed to attach a bunch of muscle to their jaw, be super strong. That's why we called them robustus, because they were the robustest. Anyway, what were we talking about? But it didn't take long for archaeologists to recognize this pattern, because they fit almost perfectly to the lower teeth of a leopard. Okay, so where did the other teeth go then? Oh no. That's not good. It would have been a really bad day to be this guy. Next time you're walking around in the woods, just be very
Great Pyramids of Giza, there were no mummies.
Every time I hear this argument, it makes me want to impale myself. There were no mummies discovered in the Great Pyramid. QED, it must be a giant power plant or some other bullshit. Let's see what those crazy archaeologists think.
Theory is that grave robbers took the mummy.
Yeah, no shit. Your first thought seeing this thing is, where's the mummy? Do you not think that that would...
Yeah, maybe it's inside.
Every single person who has seen this...
Yeah, it's like looking at your Amazon box you got in the mail, and you look at it, and you're like, where the hell's my package? I can't see it. All I see is a box. Well, maybe. Ready, chat? You're gonna have to open your eyes. You got to wake up here, right? Maybe if you open the box, you would find your package inside. You know, I know it's a shocker. I know I might seem like Albert Einstein here, okay? No, you gotta stay with me, hey? Can you do that? Can you stay with me? I know it sounds very crazy, but yeah, that's usually how logic works. Like, you know, looking at a pyramid. Oh, where's the mummy? Maybe they're inside the pyramid, you know?
In the last 4,000 years.
Shocker.
The box seems pretty plain. All this ornate stuff. It couldn't have been a tomb because I think it looks too boring. I always compare it to King Tut's tomb, which is hilarious. This one was buried underground, and this one is in a giant man-made mountain in the middle of the desert. They were also constructed nearly 1,500 years apart. Conspiracy people view ancient Egypt as one homogeneous thing that never changed. But the burial customs in Egypt may have changed a little bit over 1,500 years. This is like claiming the burial customs today haven't changed since the Middle Ages.
Great pyramids of... I got debunked. Actually, I made a response video.
How's it going, Philip? Good to hear from you. Nice thumbnail, by the way. What year is it? Fucking 2015? When I made these 2 videos on you, I did it with the intention of you being among the 4 million people that would see them. Which is why, along with fact-checking all of your pseudo-archaeology bullshit, I also gave you some constructive feedback on how to improve your channel. So when I saw that you made a response video, whew, I was thrilled. So how did Philip respond to being fact-checked? Here, I'll give you a hint.
There are a lot of people who want to silence ideas they don't agree with from ever being discussed whatsoever. Because, you know, censoring the free discussion of ideas has always turned out great in the past.
Yeah, that's right.
He's comparing, you know, the silence of ideas to, the Holocaust. We're not silencing your ideas because we're trying to silence free speech. You're just an idiot, alright? People, you gotta sit down and realize, am I saying... You know, am I smart or am I a dumbass? Spoiler alert, you may be a dumbass. I mean, the person watching this, you may not be, but this person, oof. Yeah, I'll let you decide.
For this response. Cringe. That being said, you literally didn't address a single point that I made in any of these videos. But since you took the time to respond to me, I thought I'd do the same for you. You should come check it out, Philip, because this video is addressed directly to you. What's up now, YouTube channel Mini Minute Man? And if you're watching this video early enough, you may be able to catch me for the live premiere. Sunday, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Ancient lasers.
No.
Lasers. Got fucking Theta Chi here talking about ancient fucking lasers.
The base of the pyramid is perfectly level to within 3/4 of an inch. Something that's, again, only possible with, like, laser technology today.
A fucking skill issue, Philip. Yet again, you missed the opportunity here to actually talk about some interesting history, so I'll do it for you. One of the theories for how they managed to get the base of the pyramid so level is lasers. I'm fucking kidding, of course not. Is water. Nature is a pretty amazing toolbox, and water has a habit, when it's undisturbed, to be completely flat. One of the theories for the way that they managed to get the base of the pyramid so level is they flooded the bottom place where the first blocks were going, and then they were able to etch into the side the height that the water was at. That way, when they placed the blocks in, everything was going to be completely symmetrical the whole way up. See, Philip? Smarter, not harder. Just because we...
Why does everybody think, like, the ancient people were so stupid? The ancient people, well, like, they weren't the smartest, but they definitely were very... They weren't, like, you know, at our level today, but they did have some intellect. Hey, I mean, these guys really cracked down the fact that, hey, the sun is, it orbits, or no, it doesn't, oh my god, reverse that. The sun, you know, it's something we orbit around, or the fact that, you know, our sun is, or no, the earth is round because of solar eclipses, or lunar eclipses, sorry.
You know that North America once had its own species of panda, unless you did, in which case...
In the last 65 million years, Earth nearly doubled in size. The last redoubling took 600 million years.
Every time I think I've heard the most insane bullshit conspiracy theorists can come up with, I find that it can actually get worse. Yeah, that's right, this is a conspiracy theory that plate tectonics don't exist and that the Earth is expanding. Very quickly. Does this make any sense? No, of course not. This doesn't make any goddamn sense at all. But that didn't stop this guy from making a 10-minute YouTube video about it, and I watched the whole damn thing multiple times. It caused my brain to turn to liquid and leak out of my ears. And I promise you, no matter how stupid you think this sounds, It's worse. The stupidity had just sucked me in. It was just too juicy.
He put science and conspiracy in the same thumbnail, bruh. Actually.
Conspiracy Debunked is up now on YouTube. Channel's Mini Minute Man. Look at that, we just hit 2 million. If you're watching this early, what a neat image. I sure hope this isn't some brain-dead pseudo-archaeology conspiracy theory. Fuck me, I guess. Alright, y'all want to hear something stupid? Bear with me on this. Remember,
It's Reddit. Give him some credit, man.
Complex to the point of impracticality, yet nearly indestructible form of polygonal masonry was convergently developed all around the world. So it's impractical, yet indestructible. That doesn't sound very fucking impractical to me. It also mentioned they don't have mortar. Makes masonry like this even more practical. You see how conspiracy theorists will just like say shit and expect you to think it's true? You can't just say it's impractical and then give multiple reasons why it would have been super practical and developed independently in multiple different parts of the world. In cultures with no communication of which none possessed sufficient tools to quarry, transport, carve, or place the stones. Then how the fuck did the stones get there? Also, no communication? If they couldn't talk to each other, how did they know to make the stones stay together? Look, more than half of these are like geographically really close to each other, which makes the communication thing make even less sense. But no tools or quarry. Here's the quarry for Machu Picchu, and for the pyramids, and Saksai Woman. Man, this is just embarrassing. What a neat image. I sure hope this isn't some... If you spent a few thousand years in a peat bog, it will do scary things. Like this. While you've probably heard of bog bodies, what you may not have heard of is bog doggies. This is the bog dog. It was discovered in a peat bog in Germany in the 1950s and dates back nearly 3,200 years. Bogs are known for preserving bodies really well, like freakishly well. And this little guy is no exception. What makes this little guy so special is, as far as my research goes, this is the only example of a domestic dog retrieved from this environment. And because of that, it can give us a window into what dogs were like thousands of years ago. The skeleton is fairly small. In life, he would have been a little bit more than a foot long tip to tail and stood about a foot and change high. His size is similar to that of the modern German Spitz, but its proportions are much more similar to that of the Hovawart, another dog breed also from Germany. The coat of this adolescent male is also incredibly preserved. DNA analysis could teach us a lot more about the history of dog domestication. But we'll never know what happened to our little bog dog. I'm sure wherever he is, he's wagging his tail knowing that he's remembered. If you spent a few thousand... Y'all, this is the oldest known statue of a guy saying, ooh, to be fair. Who's got 2,000?
I love it when he debunks the people that are like trying to say some BS or something like that. Hurricane Milton. Ooh, he posted something about Hurricane.
Hurricane Milton came through like Krampus last night, paying me and many other Floridians a visit. And I wanted to talk about it a little bit because pretty much every comment on every video I posted for the last 3 days is talking about how ridiculously stupid it is that I'm not evacuating Tampa during every stream recently.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Yeah, he is Tampa.
Calling me the Milton maniac for refusing to leave against the orders of the state, this and that. And I want to clear up some confusion here. First of all, I appreciate that you care. That means a lot that you care and value my safety to try and let me know that I need to be evacuating and, you know, heeding the warnings of the state and all of that. I am shocked anyone had this impression that I'm some kind of death-defying Florida man who was going to take Mother Nature head on, hunker down, grit my teeth, puff my chest, and challenge it to a fucking boxing match or something. Hit it with like Duke Nukem lines, I'm here to fuck Milton and my butt, and I'm all out of butt.
What?
I was never in a dangerous area that Milton was going to be devastating for. Not in an evacuation zone, not in a flood zone, nothing like that. There was never, like, no one in my neighborhood evacuated, none of my family, friends, or anyone evacuated because we were not in that path.
Okay.
But I understand, like, reading, like, all the headlines and all the posts on Twitter and all that, it would have you believe that Florida was about 2 hours away from being wiped off the face of the fucking globe. Like, I get it. I totally understand it comes from a place of care. But you have to remember, I am the guy that clutches the railing on every staircase I go up and down just out of fear I might hit, like, a little water, lose my balance, and slip like a cartoon character on a banana peel and die on the staircase. Me, who if a piece of chicken sits out for more than 5 minutes, I won't eat it because I'm afraid of a foodborne illness killing me. I am the last person that would go against an order to evacuate if my life was in danger. I am the last person that would be gambling with my safety on something like that. So I wasn't doing anything crazy by staying. You have to remember, I've been in Florida my whole life.
Yeah.
Across the 30 years I've inhabited this corporeal dimension, I've gone through probably 30 plus hurricanes. I am more familiar with hurricanes than I am some of my cousins. So I know when to leave. I evacuated during Irma because I lived in downtown Tampa in my apartment at that time, which is a huge flood zone. That shit turns into Atlantis even during a light drizzle. So I evacuated during that, and even though a storm like this is exceptionally rare, a direct hit to Tampa hasn't been documented for 100 years or something, a full century, like we're talking like Yu-Gi-Oh at this point, you know, it's been 100 years since the Shadow Games. It was still something where I wasn't in the most devastating path of it. That's more of downtown Tampa, which I haven't lived in for 10 years now. There were much worse parts of Florida that were at risk for Milton, and I was not in them. I understand everyone's concern, and I appreciate it, but I just want to clear up the confusion here that I wasn't doing anything unhinged by staying. Now, I'm sure a lot of you saw that there was someone doing something pretty unhinged. Lieutenant Dan, he became an overnight Tampa celebrity. He also, for Hurricane Helene, did the same thing, was just kind of floating out there in the bay on his little boat, saying that he was just going to ride it out. And he did. Lieutenant Dan survived. Tampa got very lucky. It doesn't seem like we got hit by the worst parts of the storm surge or anything. There wasn't a whole lot of flooding in the areas that typically flood during hurricanes. So overall, Tampa did get lucky. I haven't seen all of the damage to the rest of Florida yet. The biggest thing I've seen nearby is this.
Extreme damage. There was a report we saw online earlier of a fire, and we were waiting to confirm that, and now we just made it up to the 5th floor.
That's our baseball stadium for the Rays, Tropicana Field. It's often considered one of the worst facilities in all of major sports. So I'm not super surprised to see that the roof got eviscerated here during the storm. I'm actually more surprised that Tropicana Field is still standing after kids throw rocks at it all the time. It's just not a good facility at all. But this was the biggest, most visible piece of damage I've seen so far. Really, the worst part of Milton was the tornadoes that were spawning after it made landfall. I know quite a few people lost their lives from the tornadoes, as well as a lot of damage from places tornadoes came through.
Yeah.
And that is horrible. I'm wishing everyone affected by the storm the best going forward with repairs and recovery and everything. I know there's tons.
Never mind, you're not Brandon. You're a very smart individual. Okay, yeah.
For pretty much all hurricanes. That's just something you can't really avoid. All you can really hope for is that it gets fixed soon. Right now I have power because I'm on generator. I know a lot of people had the impression that I was going to be raw dogging this hurricane. Hint and a couple of sticks that I could whittle into spears or whatever. Not the case. I prepped for hurricanes. I stayed, so obviously I was going to prep for it. Boarding the windows, putting the hurricane shutters up, and I do have a generator. Growing up, I did not. My parents didn't for a very long time, and one of the big things with hurricanes is you're going to lose power, and it sometimes takes quite a few days to get it back. And that's kind of hard for a family. So when my parents were able to, they got a generator. So I do the same now.
Same. I agree with Penguin. Get a generator. Honestly, great investment.
As easy as a lot of people like to pretend they are. When I evacuated for Irma, I almost didn't make it to Orlando in time, nearly getting caught in the fucking hurricane on the way there. It is a hard thing to do, and not everyone can just get up and leave. There are a lot of reasons why some families won't be able to do that. And I think an important thing to keep in mind is, in Florida, people know hurricanes exist. So it's not like the people who build houses and buildings are building these without the idea that a hurricane might come through at some point. It's not made out of Legos and Lincoln Logs or anything. When a house is built, or a business or whatever building is built, there is a code that is followed that has hurricane force winds in mind. Of course, nothing is ever 100% hurricane proof or anything. It's always going to vary. But the point is, it's not like Milton would come through and de-atomize every house that it touched because they were built poorly without the notion that a hurricane could pop up at some point in the future. My parents just recently got their windows replaced a couple weeks ago because their windows were old and rotting. And the new windows that they had replaced them are graded to withstand up to 165 mile per hour hurricane force winds. And I think that for a lot of modern houses and modern buildings, like that level might even be standard to a certain extent. I don't know, but the point is, things built here are built with storms like this in mind. Maybe not this exact kind of storm because of how unbelievably fucking rare it is with the way that it came in, but hurricanes in general. Now, of course, the biggest problem is flooding. And in this case, Tampa got pretty lucky that the flooding wasn't nearly to the level they were expecting. There's nothing you
Yeah, it
can
hit just
do
south.
about
I thought
you can hurricane
Tampa was gonna get directly hit, but it only got hit to its south. Still, not a good spot to be hit, but hey,
And those areas
could
of
be
Tampa
worse.
that are very susceptible to flooding are the areas that were mainly under the big evacuation order with people needing to get out. You can't do anything about a huge storm surge flooding your house. You are in huge danger there. Keep in mind, Tampa's not just like one fucking slab where everyone lives. Tampa's pretty spread out, actually. So while downtown Tampa floods like a motherfucker, where I am in Tampa, not so much. Not really a flood threat at all, really, unless we got fucking 500 trillion gallons of water dumped on us. Or, you know, it has to be something crazy for this part of Tampa to flood. So I just wanted to explain here that I wasn't putting myself in like the biggest risk by staying. I wasn't in the evacuation zones, and I wasn't in a place that had a lot of danger of, you know, like trees flying around or anything like that. I and my family and friends were lucky enough to not be in one of the major affected areas that Milton was going through, so we decided it was probably alright to stay. Anyway, though, I'll go ahead and stop serving up this yappy meal. I'll stop blabbering on about it. Wishing my fellow Floridians the absolute best going forward. To anyone affected by the hurricane, I'm hoping power is restored quickly and effectively. Hopefully all the repairs are getting made quickly and effectively as well. And yeah, just stay strong, Florida. That's really about it. Just kind of wanted to explain that, contrary to popular belief, I didn't do something crazy and wacky by deciding to stay and just kind of stream through a little bit.
You finally got me.
That's really about it. See ya.
Papa Murphy's everyday value lineup means big savings on big flavors, like our new shredded pepper.
This has been an incredible year for games. We've had some masterpieces drop this year, and also we've seen some of the most historic flops that I have no doubt will be talked about for decades to come. I'm talking about failures the likes of which I didn't even know were possible in the modern gaming industry. Concord is the obvious one that pops into everyone's noodle.
Forgot
That is
that these guys could actually still get prawn suits.
the biggest catastrophe in the entire entertainment sector. Somehow the goober goblins at the top of the food chain at Sony convinced themselves, like delusionally brainwashed themselves into thinking that somehow Concord was a worthwhile investment, so they dumped hundreds of millions of clams into it, and it was doomed from the start. It was dead on arrival. It never even had a chance to breathe. It was smothered before it even left the womb. It'd be like pouring hundreds of millions of dollars into asbestos and fidget spinners and then wondering why it didn't work, why it didn't make money. Concord cost so much money, and it didn't even last as long as a mosquito. It had a shorter lifespan than a mosquito. If I farted right now, that smell would probably linger longer than Concord existed as a playable game before they took it off life support. But it wasn't even life support because it never had life. This is not a video about Concord. The point I was making is, we have seen some incredible games like Nine Souls, like Black Myth Wukong, like Space Marine 2, like Astrobot, and then we've seen some things that are absolutely going to go down in the fucking books, etched into the tablets of time as an embarrassment, a shame, a blight on the gaming industry like Concord. And like Suicide Squad killed the Justice League. That's what I actually want to talk about today. So many of you probably don't remember Suicide Squad. That came out earlier this year.
I feel like that movie was super overrated.
From pretty much every gamer ever.
I'm sorry, man.
Warner Bros. Reportedly lost $200 million on this flop. But unlike Sony with Concord, Warner Bros. Is still going with Suicide Squad. Season 3 just dropped to a whopping 300 players on release day. They were scratching at their neck, foaming at the mouth, waiting for Season 3 to drop so they could play as their favorite hero, Lawless. I don't know who this character is. It doesn't seem like it's a character many people were expecting, much like how Season 2 brought Mrs. Freeze, where most people were expecting it to be like a bigger character in the universe. And Season 3 has even less players than Season 2. And now, 2 days after it dropped, it's back down to like 100. It is struggling.
That's abysmal.
It never really got off the ground running in any way, shape, or form. But they're not giving up on it. They're still giving it CPR on this cold corpse here. 300 players, and they're still putting resources behind this. They said $200 million in the shitter. We can do more. We can shovel more money into the fucking furnace here. So they keep putting content into it. And it got me thinking.
Oh shoot. Imagine if I was above the void. That project would have been gone, bruh. Hey yo. What's up? Haven't seen you in a while now, have I? Because of homework. Why did you do that? Well, it's 2 seconds. Why are there so many schools of fish here? It sucks because there's a glitch where you grapple onto them on accident. Oh man, oofers. And he only cares about his car, bro. Like, actual scumbag. He's lucky that supercars like that are pretty good and built for safety. I hope that serves as a wake-up call for him. He needs to learn that he's not invincible. Money doesn't make you invincible. Nothing does. And he just probably learned that yesterday. Or not yesterday, whatever time he crashed his car. He needs to teach us as a learning lesson. It's a good thing he didn't. As much as I don't like him, it's a good thing he did not die to that. He could have died. He could have killed someone. He is extremely lucky that nobody died because of this. And he needs to realize that. Damn, I just flung myself. Why do you need to do that? Kind of, yeah. What the hell? Their kids just, the parents just send them there and hope it happens, but they just don't. Oh man. You know, imagine you to share a link that goes to illegals in my yard. The class. Huh? Is he still crying about that lunch leap bullshit? Hey Prime, how's those 3 lawsuits and that lead contamination controversy doing? Even South Park made fun of it. Oh my gosh, that speed. I just yeeted myself. Oh shit. I had a kid that name in my class, and yeah, they got hauled off with one teacher holding her legs, the other one holding her arms. Not a good. Bruh. Like, no you won't. Mm-hmm. Bruh. I like how Dan TDM said one comment and KSI turned into a giant crybaby. The problem with him is he's advertising his BS as healthy. Chocolate's not healthy. Energy drinks aren't healthy. To kids, too. Yeah, like, you know, the people that literally, you know, their health matters more than almost anything. Like, health matters importantly when you're a kid. That's interesting. You never see Dan TDM participate in bullshittery like that at all. When he cooks, he cooks. Nah, bro, they got filleted, cooked, deep fried, broiled, and then like freaking. I kind of somewhat exploded something today in my school. We were wiring, so like I was wiring outlets and shit, and a piece of wire was touching a conduit, and we had it on, and I see and hear boom, or something like that, but the circuit breaker stopped it from like burning anything else up. I saw a flash. Like, oh shit. What? Wyatt, just remember, you're living in the timeline where Nikocado Avocado gets skinny and Mr. Beast gets taken down. What a time to be alive. Yeah, like I've heard that too. Like, what the hell is going on? Our timeline is corrupted. Is that pink? Oh. My ears have been violated. My goodness. Yeah, at least that's funny and it's bearable. Egotistical as hell much, aren't we? I played Doom at Zero's house a few days ago, and that shit slaps. It's brutal. Like, there's a cutscene where you learn... Like, there are these things called glory kills, and they are exactly what they sound. I walked up to a freaking demon, I ripped its arm off, and then stabbed it with it. Or knocked down a demon and squashed its brains out or shit like that. The 2016. Yes, I loved that. I need salt. There's a second one. What the Sigma? No. That's void. That's void. That is void. My gosh, where's the salt? The shit I have to do for salt! Neither. Neither have I. Oof. Yeah, luckily it did. I remember in 8 hours, went from tropical storm status to Cat 5. Not wrong. Freaking nuts. Have you seen the video on my channel? Oh my gosh. I swear, I play this game a lot, and I see salt everywhere. But then when I go look for salt, okay, it doesn't spawn. It's like a bomb threat for salt just happened. Where all salt just learned that there was going to be a bomb. It's like, no, I don't want to happen. I don't want to spawn. The one time I actually need salt, it doesn't want to spawn in. Probably just doesn't spawn in for the mountains, you know. Surprised I haven't seen a time capsule. Maybe their spawn rates over here are decreased and they're increased in areas where they can actually hide. Ow. Oh shit. Oh, not fun. Can I please get some salt without you expressing murderous intent towards me? I need some hydrochloric acid. Aerogel.
Welcome aboard, Captain. All systems online.
There we go, have the upgrades. Yeah, we're cool. I've heard. I actually heard. Ooh. I like the thunk sound it just makes every time you hit something in this game. You watching? Never really. I don't think I even made what this like the first pair of charge fins I've made. This again. I don't think I've ever made these before. Let's make them. Okay, so 0, 1, 0, 1. Okay, so roughly 13 meters in 1 second. Let's take these. 0, 1. Alright. See ya. I won't use these all the time, but I think for this purpose I would. This would be a very good mouse fins to use when you're building. Like, and I really like these because I really like my ultra glides because look, I'm very fast. Be right back, guys.
What's more shameful? Concord only existing for 2 weeks before they realized what a joke it was and they just pulled the plug? Or Suicide Squad still getting updates so many months later that nobody wants, it doesn't improve the game, and it's still laughable? Which one is worse? I don't have the answer, because both have pros and cons. Concord, you know, the star that burns brightest burns out quickest. You had 2 weeks of playtime, 2 weeks of fun with Concord, and then it's gone. And now it just exists as a myth, and punchline to many jokes. Suicide Squad, though, it's still trotting along. Like an injured animal, still just like crawling its way through the desert here. I think that actually might be more sad. I feel especially bad for the developers that have to keep putting content into this, knowing full well no one's playing it, no one wants it, and it's probably not content they want to make either. It's decisions from the suits that say, hey, we marketed it as a live service game, we gotta keep putting shit in it, sorry, so you're gonna put this shit in it. So they do. That's gotta be a terrible feeling. And I know Concord and Suicide Squad aren't alone here. They're far from the only ones at the bottom of the septic tank of the AAA gaming space. It has been a rough year for a lot of AAA games. They take like a decade now to make a single game, and it costs hundreds of millions of dollars to make them. So they're already kind of set up for failure unless they somehow just hit a home run, like a fucking grand salami, and make, you know, like $1 billion. But that doesn't happen often. So even when a game is well received and popular for the most part, it doesn't necessarily mean it's a successful investment for the company. Take, for example, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. That game has glowing reviews from pretty much everybody, and according to Square Enix, it really underperformed for them. So AAA gaming isn't in a healthy state, and it hasn't been for a while. I get asked a lot during streams if I think there's going to be a video game collapse. I firmly believe there won't be, but I do think the AAA space, like specifically AAA gaming, is going to have a drastic overhaul as they're having this rude awakening where they realize They can't just continue to push out the same.
Here's what
game
things that
every
really pisses
single
me off
time.
about video
Like Ubisoft.
games
Star Wars Outlaws
is the fact that it's now the norm to basically just shove out a bunch of glitchy shit games that apparently have no quality control whatsoever, and they come out right, and they're like $80, and they're just slop. And they're all live service. Can we stop with live service? I mean, it's not bad, but if you're gonna do it, can we please make something that's like, you know, for single player, you know? Because when the internet goes out, I can't play my game.
People that love it because it's familiar. It's a very same Ubisoft experience. It's comfort food, you know. Then there's nothing wrong with that. I am just very tired of that formula. And it seems like most people are, because Star Wars Outlaws has reportedly only sold 1 million copies so far, making that a big underperformer for Ubisoft. Another really recent example is Bethesda, learning a hard lesson with Starfield Shattered Space, their new DLC that just dropped like a day ago. That had so much hype, out the wazoo, except it really didn't. So the DLC dropped, it didn't really like blow up the player count or anything. There was a bit of a surge in players, but nothing crazy. And it turns out the DLC is just more of the exact same thing, and a lot of people are extremely disappointed with it. So much so, in fact, that it is now one of Bethesda's lowest rated products ever. Just like when the game came out, people are exhausted of the exact same formula Bethesda has been using for so long without any real deviation or innovation or improvement, really. It's like just... my main critique of it is just how boring it is. Like, it's just empty planets that you explore with nothing really to do that makes it interesting. The characters aren't nearly as interesting as they were in previous Bethesda games. Like, everything about it just seems like a downgrade from previous Bethesda games, but now it's in space. The game is just half-baked and lame. It was so lame, in fact, that modders made a statement saying that they didn't have any drive to actually mod Starfield because they didn't like it. It was boring. And to this day, there is no real modding scene for Starfield. Not like a very big one compared to like every other Bethesda title ever. Like fucking Skyrim is still getting thousands of mods every day, basically. It's like Bethesda titles and mods used to go hand in hand. They're like peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Till Starfield. No one wanted that peanut butter and jelly. That was a fucking peanut butter and ass sandwich, and no one was wanting that ass. It's just, these companies are putting more and more money and more time into developing worse and worse products. Somehow, even though the technology, like with the Unreal Engine and everything, continues to evolve and get better, somehow the games don't. And I'm talking about AAA gaming. I think indie gaming is in the best state it has ever been. The lower budget titles are fucking crushing it this year. Absolutely crushing it. Like Nine Souls. I can't sing Nine Souls praises enough. But AAA companies, I think, are so fucking lost in the sauce. Like, it's so expensive and they're so afraid to do anything that might be like a risk to their bottom line, so they're playing it so safe and just give you like the same game for the 1,000th time, but this time it took them 5 extra years. And people are just kind of tired of it. Like, who the fuck was asking for a new hero shooter like Concord?
Like, exactly.
And especially a $40 one. No one in the world, no sane human being outside of Arkham Asylum would ask for something like that. Or who was asking for a live service Suicide Squad game? Like, it's all just absurd. Though, for Star Wars Outlaws, people have been asking for an open world Star Wars game for years, but what they got was a Ubisoft open world Star Wars game. And nobody wants that, really. It's just one of those things where I think AAA gaming is not in a healthy spot. Anyway, though, just wanted to rant about this a little bit. That's it. See ya.
Ubisoft is on live support. What's going on with
Hello, guys and
Ubisoft?
gals, me Mudahar, and I know a few days ago I made a video where I titled it "Ubisoft is like literally dying out," and I wasn't joking. I decided to look deeper into the actual problem, and lo and behold, ladies and gentlemen, without a shadow of a doubt, Ubisoft as a company is quite literally on its way out. Now, I normally don't show like these stock prices because, to be honest with you, things fluctuate all the time. And I feel like a lot of people that show like a 5% drop oftentimes miss when a company is like usually just 100% up for the year, right? Usually whenever there's some crazy stuff that happens, people are like, well, the company's dying because their stock is dead. So in the last like month, ladies and gentlemen, 31% down, right? Now you might be like, whoa, Muda, that's not all bad. When you hit that max button, ladies and gentlemen, Ubisoft at one point peaked around 2018, okay? And then after 2018, the company took a goddamn dive into like values where they're at an actual 10-year low. And obviously for a gamer, unless you're invested, stock price means effectively nothing to you. But if you're Ubisoft's executive team, you're fucking shitting yourself. Because what's happening is the shareholder is going to come knocking down, and they're going to start asking you, hey pal, why isn't our investment worth what we put into it? And then they have to explain to them, oh yeah, we're delaying Assassin's Creed, one of our biggest games ever. And by the way, that Star Wars game, yeah, that sold like hot ass apparently. Hot ass in Ubisoft's case is like apparently 1 million copies, which obviously doesn't cover the insane development cost of these rising quadruple A games. But also, it doesn't even cover things like marketing, to be honest. The amount of money spent to make a video game is actually mind-blowing. Now, obviously, in comparison to their big competitors, here's Electronic Arts, okay? You know, they had a little slump in 2009, but oh, lo and behold, they are actually rising up to levels that they have never even touched before. It's actually insane. What about companies like Take-Two? Yeah, they're rising like crazy, actually. You know, they had a bit of a slump. But you know what's going to shoot them to the moon? Next year, hopefully a game launches known as Grand Theft Auto 6 that's going to print more money than Ubisoft is actually looking at.
Actually, I'm not a big stock person, but I'm almost
so bad of the company that
best.
apparently Ubisoft has actually launched a new branch, a new investigation as to why they're fucking up so bad. So I'm going to just cut the cord over here, and I'm going to go over why I personally think Ubisoft as a company is actually dying. So to give you a quick idea, I love video games from Ubisoft. You know, I'm somebody that loves the Assassin's Creed franchise, like I've covered it extensively. I've played nearly every mainline game. You know, it's one of those franchises where I've put so much of my time into that I pretty much play every new release, you know, when I reasonably can. Nowadays, for the last couple releases, I pretty much just pick these games up as soon as they hit the sale after launch, which is usually in 1 month at this point, and I just play the game right there and then. So obviously, you know, with these Assassin's Creed titles, if you played the most recent ones, they've upgraded from actually being in a city, which, you know, when they were making games like Assassin's Creed Unity, Syndicate, those games took place in like Paris and London respectively, and they were really good renders for the time. We're talking about graphics that still hold up to this day. The amount of NPCs on screen alone actually still blow my mind. Like, there is a lot of good stuff associated with those specific Ubisoft games. But let's go on a little forward to games nowadays. Those same games apparently are now just running countries. So with Assassin's Creed Origins, you play in Egypt, which is a fan favorite. I enjoy it. I thought it was a pretty decent game. Then they released Assassin's Creed Odyssey, which took place in Greece, and obviously, you know, it was a pretty decent game as well, too. Then Valhalla comes out, which takes place in England, and to be honest with you, it feels like one biome throughout the entire game. So this is a website known as How Long to Beat, and if you look at their actual explanation, Assassin's Creed Valhalla takes 61 hours to beat through the main story. And they're not wrong. It does actually take 61 hours to beat the main campaign for this title. But there's a lot of games, Mudahar, that take that much time to beat too. I mean, apparently the new Yakuza game, which I still haven't finished, takes that much time as well. Games that are typically RPGs kind of have a 60-hour runtime. That's almost like a sweet spot. Except the only difference with Assassin's Creed Valhalla is most of that game time, 30% of this hour mark, is actually enjoyable. Everything else is effectively just trudging slop that you have to go through to get your character's skill rating high enough to finish level-gated content. For most of the side stuff that's available in Assassin's Creed Valhalla, players will acknowledge that their side quests literally last like 5 minutes at the most. Usually the game has them teetered across throughout the world, and they're just world events that take, again, 5 minutes to complete. There's no traditional side quest that I would really write home about. There's not much in this game that anybody should really be bothering to play. And it's one of those textbook examples of like a Ubisoft open world, right? When we talk about Ubisoft open worlds, we literally talk about, opening up the map screen and just effectively seeing multiple points on a map. That tower to climb, so you can hit the synchronize button and see everything around you, which is what Ubisoft is doing at their company while they're investigating why they're so bad. Or occasionally you'll find like a few landmarks to do a collectathon on, like grab 30 of these artifacts, and maybe you get a cosmetic or a special like 5-second cutscene that probably doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. These are all aspects of Ubisoft games that are just annoying to play. It's content for the sake of content, and not content that meaningfully engages a player in a manner that is reminiscent of older Ubisoft games. There was a time when this style of gameplay was absolutely something that everyone wanted to copy. If you fire up Assassin's Creed 2, I guarantee you, if you give it a chance, you'll probably end up no-lifing that game all the way through. It's because the content in that game, while being an open world, is meaningful, it's engaging, and it's stuff that isn't necessarily going to make you sit past playing the game for 25, 30 hours. In the time span it takes to finish Assassin's Creed Valhalla once, you can realistically play through like 2/3 of the Ezio trilogy and enjoy more of your time playing an Xbox 360 game than a current day quadruple A PlayStation 5 Xbox Series X release. So alright, that's my Assassin's Creed spiel right there. And obviously, Assassin's Creed is really important for Ubisoft, which is why they're delaying Shadows. Like, at the end of the day, if Assassin's Creed doesn't succeed for them, that's effectively like Grand Theft Auto not succeeding for Rockstar Games, okay? Every other IP for them is secondary, but the main bread and butter that has put them effectively on the map is Grand Theft Auto. As much as people love Red Dead Redemption, Grand Theft Auto will and always be the game that gets more eyes than anything Rockstar produces. And that's kind of the same pigeonhole that Ubisoft
look what online.
into. Assassin's Creed is what draws in the honey. But obviously, every other game they release, kind of takes the second banana to it. So the other big thing that I realized why Ubisoft's kind of failing is their incessant reliance on shit like live service games. Now this is Skull and Bones, and if you're looking at these Steam charts to it, guys, 191 players playing 40 minutes ago. And you might be like, but Muda, it's a quadruple A game. Yes, Ubisoft, I shit you not, considers this game to be quadruple fucking A. Now what is a quadruple A game, ladies and gentlemen? I couldn't begin to tell you. Apparently a quadruple A game probably just refers to the amount of money they have to spend. So there's one YouTuber known as NDMai on TV, ended up making a video where he talked about how much money was actually spent, allegedly, in games like Skull and Bones. So listen to this one right here. Insane shit, by the way.
I've seen multiple different versions of the game that were each completely different over the years. They said that they were told that the budget that was spent on Skull and Bones, it ranged somewhere from $650 to $850 million over 10 years.
Jesus Christ!
$850 million? Ooh!
And 100 people.
On an IP right there, and let me tell you,
that's 100 player. That's $1 million being spent on each person almost. With only like what, $40 to come back.
What is the stupidest thing you've ever bought? Okay, what is the most amount of money you've ever wasted it? And honestly, if you feel bad about it, immediately remind yourself
$100.
that this gaming company thought that this pirate game somehow needed to cost $650 to $850 million. Now, I have a hard time believing this, and this is the only guy who brings this up. Like, it's their source. So obviously, take this all with a grain of salt. But let's assume that this game that got restarted numerous times actually did cost $650 to $850 million over the course of all these years to develop. Just what the fuck is Ubisoft thinking? To give you an idea, this is what the first bit of gameplay looks like for this game. This is back in 2017. The final release does look different than this, but there's one thing about this footage that immediately comes to my head. And it's not Skull and Bones. It's the fact that I'm looking at Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag's gameplay just with a new coat of paint. I mean, honest to God, if you put those games next to each other, you looked at things like this spyglass mechanic, the way the camera is orbiting around the ship, the way the combat is performed. I mean, literally, I swear to God, this is just Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag and the Assassin's Creed Odyssey gameplay just put into this engine. So the fact that this MMO is suddenly a quadruple A game, it shows me that it's probably because of the amount of money Ubisoft has put into this, and it certainly isn't the fact that this is innovating in some new form of gameplay. Look, this is one of those things where I feel like the distinction for live service stuff should be made pretty well. I don't think live service games are necessarily a great, like, mega evil, if done right, okay?
Yeah,
So,
I agree too, if done right, but it's so tiring to see literally nothing but live service bullshit get pushed. Like, I don't care. Just give me something like a sandbox. Damn, that guy's pissed. You know what I said about relocating Leviathans? I could definitely bait them with one of these things, with a SEMA.
That came out, and the first and foremost thing they did was produce new maps every season, new operators. It had a rough launch, don't get me wrong, but obviously as Ubisoft stuck to something that was actually unique for them, a competitive shooter with destructive walls and dynamic gameplay, which is something nobody else was making, was something Ubisoft, in my opinion, I think now looking at it, got pretty lucky. But obviously it's producing content first and then worrying about the over monetization later. Look, with games like Call of Duty, I know we like to bitch about it, but at the end of the day, think about what you get with a Call of Duty purchase every year. You get a campaign, you get a co-op mode, sometimes it's zombies, sometimes it's special operations, whatever. And then you get a full multiplayer suite with full game modes, maps, weapons. Things change every year. Like, honestly, we can live in rose-tinted glasses, but buying a copy of Call of Duty now effectively gives you the same level of gameplay content as a $60 Call of Duty purchase 10, 15 years ago, right? So the thing about this game is obviously Ubisoft has produced Skull and Bones, and in no way does this innovate on any new gameplay idea. So giving us the gameplay of Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, yet with a fraction of the content, day one for the same price, while forcing me to be connected online to play it, is not something that's going to be an easy pill to swallow. So right now, there's 191 people playing this on Steam, and at an all-time peak, it's 2,581 people. Now, sure, you might be like, but Muda, maybe like 200,000 people bought it on on Uplay. I'm gonna get the laughing out of the way already. I'm gonna get that out because I guarantee you this game probably sold less than fucking Concord. I'm not even joking. This might have actually sold worse than Concord. So, Suicide Squad, in comparison, has 167 people playing the game as of 34 minutes ago. And mind you, this dog shit just got a massive content update. Again, the problem with these live service games is producing the same game that we've already seen for 10 years. Like, there's not even these looter games that I haven't seen being done in games like Borderlands, which run offline, locally.
How did I select that?
I've seen in, like, Skull and Bones that even rivals the gameplay of Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag. And that shit runs locally on a Nintendo Switch nowadays. So it's insane to see this kind of stuff happen. And Ubisoft is suddenly playing this shocked game where they're like, whoa, I can't believe people aren't enjoying this $70 game that is some live service early access slop we threw up that obviously people don't feel is worth their time and money. So even beyond all of it, the other big failure that they have going for them is a game known as X-Defiant. So right now, according to Tom Henderson, X-Defiant is on borrowed time as the player numbers actually decline rapidly. So that's never something you want to hear if you're a game developer or a publisher. But this is a game that exceeded 1 million players in the first 2.5 hours it ever released. So it's actually a record for them, and it was pretty hyped. But nowadays, if you actually look at the amount of people playing this on something like Twitch, it's got 3.1 thousand viewers. Now, Twitch viewers are not a direct correlation to people playing a video game. But generally speaking, when this game has lost so much of its luster, I refuse to believe that there's an actual player base that Ubisoft can sustain a massive AAA free-to-play game off of. But if you look at the actual gameplay for this, what's important is it's nothing different than Call of Duty. Like, at the end of the day, looking at this footage reminds me of a video game I would see as a joke in, like, Grand Theft Auto 5, like, in the single player, like Jimmy playing Righteous Slaughter. Or this is, like, the game that you would see from, like, the Metal Gear Solid 4 cutscene where they're talking about propaganda pieces. Nothing in this game is necessarily something that I would consider myself to be excited about, right? And the thing is, Ubisoft believes this is going to stand up and basically be a good competitor in a sea of games where a lot of good stuff, a lot of stuff that people are interested in is all free to play. What stops somebody from just downloading Call of Duty and playing Warzone for free when it's a genuinely better product than what X-Defiant has provided? And that's just my opinion. We can agree to disagree. Now, obviously, with this game as well, too, what's interesting to look at it is, guys, they're obviously pricing the hell out of it, too. So, for instance, if you look at the actual cosmetics to this, none of them look great, but all of the actual cosmetics are around 1,000 X coins. How much are the 1,000 X coins? Like $10 US. So immediately Ubisoft thinks that we're going to be spending like $10 to buy skins for a game that literally just launched. And it wasn't just like skins. You had the community at the release of this game telling us that, guys, $40 bundles just are not it. So for 3,000 coins, which comes out to $40, there is no reason why you should ever be buying a $40 is a price you could spend to buy a totally different game. Why in the ever-loving fuck would you download X-Defiant to...
systems online. Welcome aboard, Captain. All systems online.
How long have I been muted?
These are the craziest pistols in human history. And number
Jesus
2 is the
Christ.
fastest firing handgun ever made, the Glock 18 and Glock 18C. When the happy switch is flipped to full auto, you can fire it to bomb 1,200 rounds a minute.
Yeah, we don't talk about the Glock
Limited by ammo
18C.
than you are by firing. So stick a drum mag on this thing and enjoy life. This weapon is so crazy it's almost impossible to obtain legally as a US civilian, as there are only a few made and registered before May 1986, making this a real-life mythical weapon. So anyone selling one of these can pretty much name their price. And number 1, we have Noreen's URL 50 BMG pistol.
Say hello to my little friend. I like this gun. I like this one, dog.
This thing is as close to hand cannon as you're ever going to get, and is a miniaturized version of their 50 BMG rifle. I say miniaturized, but it's still got a 16.5-inch barrel, is a single shot while action, and has no real-world application other than putting a smile on your face. You can legally own one of these in the US, costing you around 1,700 freedom bucks. These are the craziest pistols in human history. And number 2 is the fast...
Really, every time I'm in this biome, I see freaking copper deposits left, right, center, and left. And then all of a sudden, it's just like, no? No copper? There's one. Oh, a little bit left. Don't you dare trick me now. Ow! Copper? Where all the copper at, bruh? Copper? What? That kind of bullets look weird. What? Goofy gun.
Bergson and Helbig had just come back up to the decompression chamber after finishing their 8 hours.
This has been... an incredible year for games. We've had some masterpieces drop this year, and also we've seen some of the most historic flops that I have.
I love that sound.
Welcome aboard, Captain. All systems online.
What? H, F, E, F, G, H. Oh shit. Ah, damn, we flipped this thing. Hurry, hurry, before we accidentally flip it again. Uh-oh. So now we have built ourselves a storage frigate or storage cyclops. This, of course, as the name sounds, actually no, it's gonna be like a transport vessel, so it's gonna transport cargo everywhere. Look at all those boxes. Comments are being weird. Like the comment repeat is happening. Oh! No, I don't want to go in the void. Because it is dangerous. Kind of, yes. By the way, Kat, I will get off soon, but I will be back on. The good news is that this month, for us this week, we don't really have a whole lot of stuff to do. Kind of. It's deep. One of the deepest life pods to ever actually be found. It's like 500 meters down. Not wrong. It's located in the blood kelp zone. Ready? Yeet. No, don't say sorry you're late. It's fine. Again, I value your time. It's cool. I can get some energy. Get some momentum. There we go. Yeah. I value your time. I'm not going to be like, oh, you should view my stream all the time. Now, I'm not saying, oh, I don't like you or I don't want you on my stream. No. I'm saying I'm not going to be one of those streamers that literally begs for everybody's attention. Like, you guys have your own life, as I've said. I'm not going to be that person. Die!
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Yeah. Ready? Yes. Oh, there's a hill to break momentum. Unless I can scoot over it. Yep, I can. The death what? Nothing. Only ghost leviathans and microscopic life. That's all that live in the void. At least, that's all that we know. Never know what could be down there. Well, we can't find it in game, but you can imagine it. Yeah, you could find something else if this, like lore. I'm just trying to get some mesh, that way I can actually build medical kits. We have things called crab snakes. Probably fit the description a little better. Oops. Oops. Actually, you're gonna get that wish. I'm actually preparing to go back there. We need titanium. Where do you find titanium? In scrap. Where do you find a lot of scrap? The Aurora. You don't want to go to the back of the Aurora. You want to go to the right side of the Aurora. The east side of the Aurora. Which, albeit, is the most dangerous spot. Hosting up to 4 Reapers. But we're gonna push them out and show them who is the boss, which is us. We are the Sigma. Okay, I'll shut the hell up. God, I'll shut the hell up. The backs, we will go to the back. The side first. The side's got a lot of scrap, but the east side has way more. Like a lot more. We're gonna build a mega base, and we need a lot of titanium to do it. Which of course means going to the back of the Aurora. Which, I'm not that scared. Really. The Farlands. What, like from Minecraft? I've seen the Farlands before. They're cool. The Farlands? What do you mean? We don't have things called the Farlands in Subnautica. Like the crag field? With all the juttings. bunches of rock. Ready? Come on. Centrifugal force. Yes. I'm pretty good at operating a prawn suit. I can reach some dumbass velocities with this thing. Watch this. I can grapple the things and I can pull them close to me and kill them. Oh, well that's weird. Huh. That's probably what, that's early access. Wonder how far you could go out above the void. There's actually a spot, there's actually a point where you, when you go out. Oh, it was an early access. Not this stream, but I will. I'm actually just prepping. Don't worry, I will go there. I have to go there for scrap. Once I get food, then I'm gonna be full prepped. Also, I really need to charge these batteries. Okay, yep, I know what I was doing. We're very close to being able to... My Cyclops ain't ready. Don't worry, very soon. Oh, bless you to my grandma up there. Ooh-wee. My goodness, it takes so long to build these in case I get hurt, which I'm going to get hurt. It doesn't matter. Just wow. Now the actually, weirdly enough, the Aurora's not a bad spot to find time capsules. Because my Cyclops is not ready yet. Please be patient. We're gonna park our happy asses on top of a thermal vent and charge up. Excuse me, excuse me, Seamoth. What? Oh, shit. No, I just want to have the max amount of preparedness ready. My Cyclops is ready. Actually, I just need to... Oh, shit. I need to actually straighten up before getting out. There we go. I'm actually going to go get my some titanium to store all that titanium about the Horde. We're going to get thousands. Actually, screw it. Why? Why would we build that? Actually, screw that storage system. Yay, backup camera. Now do it nice and gently. Whew. Oh my god. So my dumbass accidentally destroyed my CMOF. Oh my god, I saved just before that. I could have lost minutes of save time. God damn, that was close. Whew. No, I'm not. I'm not losing my CMOF. In my defense, it's not because of a Reaper or anything. No, it's because of my dumbass. Whew. Good thing I saved right before that, right? Yep. Now, oh wait, no, I was actually gonna go charge up. We cannot, we could charge right now, but we need to actually park above the thermal vent. Oops. There are thermal vents down here. There is a Reaper somewhere over here. It keeps being a pain in the ass. Oh, yup. Now you park your fat ass right on top of these thermal vents and you charge. Oh, there goes my... And... yeah, no thank you. My game would go laggy. That's the sound you want to hear. Now you soak up that sweet thermal energy. Now, the good thing about these batteries right here is that they are very long lasting. The bad thing, they are notoriously, they take a notoriously long time to charge. So yeah, they're just they have to charge like that. Make another one. Bam. Yeah, again. Wait, did your comic get duplicated? Yeah, my game would lag. My game would literally frickin' die. Yes, I know my planting bed is tilted. The good thing is that one's like... that takes so long to charge. I have 10. I have a quarter of all the time capsules. You know what I realized? That, do you know what I realized about Subnautica? Oh, I'm okay. Do you know what I realized about Subnautica? That, is not like other games. You can literally figure out how to play the game. Maybe it's like other games, but like that's really unlike other games. That look at these databases, it literally tells you can play. For example, hey, your shit's corrupted. Go scan stuff. Congratulations! The hard part is over. Again, laggy. It would probably the game would just not want to work. It took all that time rolling for 20%. What do you mean my game is done for? Oh shit. Hello. Yes, it would be. There's 2 time capsules in one hit right there. I will munch on some of these. Uh-oh, that doesn't sound good. No, it doesn't. Oh, wait, never mind. I thought my friend over there was bumping into my station, my ship. Oh, what? What were you talking about the life pod? Give me a second. down. Like far. Not out of my reach though. Oh shit, there it is right there. 500 meters down. Yeah, that is the deepest life pod. Altera really needs to look into why their life pods are so dog shit. Because honestly, look, they've lost they lost half the life pods initially when that side of the ship was blasted. Then what, about 25, I think, life pods were dispatched, and only one survived. Yeah, Altera, not looking good. You need to fix your shit. Not looking good. I wouldn't be surprised if they end up in the void. Like, life pod 1 is not accounted for. That's one my 100% confirmed. Anyway, guys, I'm sorry. I'm going to go. I will be right back. I'll be right back, okay? If someone else doesn't bother me or get me busy. Excuse me. That's a good point. Maybe they could still be in space. I don't know. But yeah, I'll be right back. I'm going to go eat my dinner because I'm starving. And yeah, I will be back.